Good morning, everyone. I am Teresa, and I'm going to be talking today about the intro to Google Duet AI. I will mostly be talking to the folks online, but if there's anybody who has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. This is pretty informal. But I am really excited to talk about Google Duet, about me. I started out in SharePoint a long time ago. I made the switch to Google in 2019. I lead a fully remote team, and I like puzzles and doing yoga. I used Duet AI to create this image of a yoga person in the field. I live in Indiana with my husband, my kids, and if you want to get a hold of me, connect with me on Twitter/X or LinkedIn. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. What is Duet AI? Some things it can do: it can help you write, create some original ideas, automate insights. I'm missing Google Workspace is at the forefront of AI. So Google Workspace, really a long time ago, has been delivering AI features that are not bolt-on tools. They're really a complementary feature to the way we work. So Google has used AI to block 99% of spam and phishing attacks in Gmail. They've been providing summaries of long texts on Google Docs and conversations in Google Chat. AI's been helping people write over 180 billion times in the last year alone. The latest milestone in Google's AI journey is the launch of Duet AI in Workspace. It's a powerful way of working that uses generative AI across Google Workspace apps. Duet AI in Workspace was built strictly following Google's AI principles to be helpful and responsible. It adheres to structurally safer approach to security. And in fact, Google keeps more people safe online than anyone else. Their top priority is to protect confidentiality and the privacy of your data. Your interactions in Duet AI are private to you. No other user will see your data, and Google does not use your data to train their models without your permission. I can talk a little bit more about security as well if you have questions. So, AI versus generative AI. We all talk about these things like we all already know what everything means, but it can be a little bit daunting, right? These are new terms to a lot of people. AI, or artificial intelligence, it's a broad term. It encompasses a wide range of technologies that enable machines to mimic human cognitive functions. Generative AI, on the other hand, it's an advanced subset of AI. It focuses on the ability to create and modify content, such as text, images, and other content. So we have some examples of AI and some examples of generative AI. The examples of AI are in your maps: route navigation, auto-completion in search, and autocorrect in docs. So these are things that we're used to seeing. It's built-in functionality, and that's AI. Generative AI can give you a summarization of your Gmail and your chat conversations. It can create sentences and paragraphs from simple prompts that you feed it. And it can create applications without code. So how does it work? It's a great question. It uses two main models. It uses generative language and generative imagery. Most generative AI models are primarily language-driven, meaning you can use simple conversational language in your interactions with the models. Duet AI uses two main models. It's the generative language and the generative imagery. Let's see how many times I can use the word generative today. Generative language models learn about patterns in speech and language through training data and by being exposed to enormous amounts of data and text in many different formats, in many different contexts. So, given a text prompt, they can predict what comes next through inferring, and they're used to create text-to-text concepts and content that help you write, summarize, and respond in apps like Gmail and Docs. Generative image models can produce new images through using techniques called like diffusion, which means the model learns by deconstructing a large number of images into noise and then maps that noise back into the images. So you can give it a prompt or related imagery, and they resolve that noise into a correlated image. And that creates a text-to-image content that can help you in slides and Meet. So two techniques that help people guide both of these models towards useful output are called prompting and fine-tuning. So what makes a good prompt in Duet AI? Being specific in your prompt. The more specific you are, the better Duet AI will understand what you need. Using keywords and phrases that are relevant to your topic. So helping Duet get smarter by using those keywords and phrases and refining that will help with your prompts. This is really hard for a lot of people, including myself, avoid using jargon and technical language. So it is evolving, and it does get smarter. The more you use it, the more it learns how you are and how you speak. But it is still evolving. It is still learning how to use some of those complex languages that may not have been put into the system yet. You'll want to provide examples to what you're looking for. Again, help Duet understand what you're looking for and what your expectations are, and that the better your outputs will be. And when you get an output, make sure you're fine-tuning that. In Duet, it gives you a little thumbs up or a thumbs down, or it will ask you for feedback if you're not getting exactly what you need. So use those fine-tuned prompts, and that will, again, help your AI, your Duet AI, get better over time. So how can Duet AI help you? This is the question we all want to know. A statistic that I thought was really, really great, that by 2025, Gartner predicts that 30% of outbound marketing messages from large orgs will be synthetically generated. So last year that was 2%. So in 2 years, that'll be up to 30%. I mean, it could be more depending, but I think that's a pretty big jump. Duet can immediately and positively impact how teams and individuals do day-to-day work. As an example, think of a sales team prospecting customers in a new region. With Duet AI, this team can now use AI-generated transcripts from Meet video calls with potential customers to automatically create custom sales pitches for each prospect. So they use the transcription as prompts to create emails, slides, and docs. In this scenario, the team would save many hours that they would have spent writing transcripts, writing documents, and being able to focus on what really matters, which is for a sales team, that's closing the deal. Another use case would be a marketing team working on a content calendar for the next quarter. The team can use Duet AI to automatically create a table in Google Sheets that includes project owners, dates, statuses, and descriptions of each project, all in a couple of minutes based on a few simple prompts. I don't know if anybody here is a project manager, but creating a project schedule in a couple of minutes would be a definite game changer. So you want to focus employees on high value activities, automating these business processes that typically were more time consuming. So sometimes we call it busy work. It's necessary. There's sometimes difficult tasks, but the end goal is to be more productive. And we want to improve the business outcomes. Increasing the employee productivity really will boost a company's performance, which means more revenue, which means more output is available to be commercialized. So a lot of these tasks and repeatable things that we are using Duet for will free up a lot of our time to move the business forward. Oh, I lost my mouse. So I'm going to talk a little bit about 5 ways to use Duet. Help me write, help me organize, visualize, connect, and help me create an app. So that as more people start to use Duet, new ways to collaborate and get work done will emerge, but these are the 5 that I'm going to focus on. The first one is help me write. So we get an assignment or we start to work on a business proposal and we're sitting there looking at a blank page. So where do we start? Help me write conquers that blank page. You click help me write, you type in some prompts, you can create content from scratch. This feature really is perfect when it really feels daunting to stare down that blank page. You can provide an initial prompt about the topic you want to write about. Let Duet AI create the initial draft for you. And it can also refine existing content if you have something that you want to start with. You can adjust for length, tone, and style. The most important thing I think that we need to remember right now is we're letting Duet create this work for us, but we do need to go back and review it and make sure it's appropriate for what we want to use it for. You can create project plans, proposals, briefs, job descriptions, and really so many other types of documents in seconds. It will not only help you write content, but automatically add relevant smart chips with information such as location, status, and other custom variables that you put in. This helps you stay in the flow of your projects and go from concept to completion a lot faster without ever really having to leave your document. Users will also see a new proofread suggestion pane that offers suggestions for writing concisely, avoiding repetition, and using a different tone. So really this is helping us become better writers. We're considering our audience, we're considering who's going to be reading this, and we can adjust the tone appropriately. In Gmail, you can expand and revise text in Gmail, so we can write our emails faster. We can more easily generate a draft from a short prompt. You can just click help me reply to this email and it will give you a suggested reply and you can insert and modify as needed. So you can type in your email topic. Duet AI will take care of the rest. You can refine, make them more formal, more concise, more elaborate. You can change the tone just like you could in Docs. You can then edit and refine the draft as needed. And it really, really is a great time saver for especially frequent communication, for if you're on the go, if you're typing things out on your phone, you can use it in on your Google Gmail app or in the browser. All right, help me organize. Do we have a question?
Yeah, quick question. So, as you're building all of this, can you feed that a model to make it more contextual to your business, so that it, like during the tuning process, I know you can do that in the hard, coded vertex models. You can make really finely tuned models. Is there a way that you can feed Duet, say, a knowledge base article about what group I'm working with, a team I'm working with, as I'm trying to write for that audience, to know what specific jargon may be in that conversation, or what personas are maybe in the conversation.
Okay, so the question for those of you online was, can we pre-feed Duet with our audience? For example, I'm in healthcare, I want to write something for clinicians. As of right now, I don't believe so, but you can put that in your prompt. So if I'm writing a brief for my VP, I say, give me, the audience is an executive summary. So I put those keywords in there. And as Duet gets smarter and it learns how you are and it learns what you need and how you work, it will start to learn that. But as of right now, I don't believe you can say, review these articles, these knowledge-based articles, unless you have that connection in there. You can use it to summarize a text or give you summaries from, like, read these policies and give me a summary. But again, it's not going to say, I'm going to give Richard this summary because I know he's going to go talk to a client, right? So you'll have to put that in your prompt. Good question. Yes, question?
So if you're doing something like that and you're doing marketing or something like that, do you have to feed it all the information it needs beforehand in the prompt?
So again, for the question is, if you're in marketing, for example, do you need to feed it all of the marketing materials ahead? So you would want to give it the outline, the framework of who your audience is, who your client is, what you're trying to do. So you can give it those keywords. I mean, it's not going to read your mind.
Right. I guess
So
the secondary question I had for that was, is that information persistent? So if I go down later on or come back and go, I need more information, or I need to revise this, can it do that?
So the question is it persistent? In some of the features, it is persistent. Those were some announcements that were at Google Next a couple of weeks ago, especially with the Vertex AI that is persistent with the chatbots, and it's persistent. You don't have to ask your question with saying, "Hey, again, talking about this marketing." It knows it's persistent.
If I come
Um,
back later, like,
Later, right? Yes, within the same document, it'll. You don't have to put in the same prompts again, but yeah, it'll be persistent. But there's a lot of function features that were announced a couple of weeks ago that I had created this before. But I do have a link to all of those, and I'll talk. There's some really, really exciting big things that they've announced. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Help me organize. So you can create custom templates in Sheets. You can, simply by describing what you're trying to accomplish, Sheets will generate a table that helps you get organized. So Duet AI classifies data by understanding the context of your data in the cell and then labeling it. This frees you up for a more critical task than manual data input. You can create project trackers with a simple prompt. So what you'll want to do is describe the type of project you're managing and what kind of information you would like to track as part of the project. And Duet AI in Sheets will instantly create a tracker, suggest timetables, descriptions, and other variables. So it'll do all of that work for you. All right, help me visualize. And this is something that I have been playing around with. In slides, so create original images for your slides. You can easily create original images. Sourcing relevant images can be expensive and time consuming. So now you can create unique and compelling visuals with simple text prompts. Describe the image that you would want to use in your slide. So you provide specific or simple details, and then you choose the style that you want, or you can say, I'm feeling lucky, and it will choose the style for you, and you can scroll through. And the subjects to be featured in it. Duet AI will generate options for you to choose from and then also refine from there. It makes it easier to share initial ideas for example, advertising campaigns, product designs. If you just want to jazz up your slides and you're not sure what kind of image you want, you can put in the text and it will give you suggestions. Now, I will say this is evolving. Duet AI is, along with every other AI out there with like hands, faces, it's still getting much better. I would not use a hand in any of my slides. It just does not look right. All right. Help me connect. So there were a lot of, oh yeah, question.
Did you use any of the AI for any of this presentation?
I did, so my first and some of the other slides I did use. The people, no, I did not. But yeah, some of the other ones I did use the AI. Help me connect. So again, I mentioned at Next there were a lot of announcements, and there were a lot of announcements with Meet and Chat, and I'm very excited about that. But right now, before those are released, you can create custom backgrounds, so you can put in some prompts. This really helps with inclusiveness, interactivity with video calls. I know when I join a Meet and somebody has a fun background, we're waiting for the other meeting attendees. We talk about it. We joke around. We put in our own prompts. It's really definitely a fun way to stay connected, to collaborate. We can put in company-specific ones, so everyone can put their own spin on a company-specific background. So it's inclusive and it's efficient, and it really does join people when they're working in a hybrid situation. Creating custom backgrounds can make a good impression on your video call. It also shows your personality, your interests. You can use custom backgrounds to show your appreciation for customers by reflecting their industry or market. And it's a great way to build rapport and make your calls more personable. The other one that is out there right now, that before the really cool ones that have been announced, I think this is cool too. You can enhance your video and sound quality. So Duet AI can help provide a studio look and sound in Meet by enhancing the quality of images through your camera in low light or low quality webcams. And the audio experience caused by poor microphones and noisy environments, Duet AI will help with that. Meet Studio Sound restores your original audio by recreating and balancing missing or distorted details and frequencies. Duet AI also stimulates studio lighting with custom adjustments without the need for expensive or a complex lighting setup. Briefly, I will mention some of the new things that I'm excited for Meet. You can, if you join late, you can ask Duet to summarize what you've missed so far, and it will only chat to you and say, here's what everybody's talked about, and here's what you've missed. You can ask it to attend on your behalf. You can say, here are the I can't make this meeting, but here are the things I want to talk about. So it will join on your behalf and say, Teresa can't join. She wanted to talk about these things, and it will send you a follow-up when people talk about it. We've got the transcriptions, and there was another thing. I think with Meet, it'll come back to me, I'll remember. But yeah, lots of cool things were announced a couple of weeks ago. All right, help me create an app. So in our last session, I don't know if you missed it, we talked about the differences between Microsoft and Google and working together. And one of the things that was lacking on the Google side was creating an app with low or no code. With Duet, you can use AppSheet to rapidly create. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. Hold please. There we go. You can rapidly create applications and simplify your work without having to write a single line of code. You can build and automate business applications in a few steps that connect you to the people, processes, and data that you need, which will create time for your team to focus on other high-impact work. You can automate work stream tracking for projects by creating no-code applications with AppSheet. You can connect your data to the application and provide parameters for your projects, such as description, start and end date, status, and owner. And you can build automations to update your data, create simple-to-use user interface, and securely deploy it across your team. So lots of new things are also coming out with the Vertex AI, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, really, with creating no-code apps. You can create chatbots now. There's some really cool announcements, which I also linked to. Okay, so those were the 5 things that you can do that I wanted to talk about, but I also want to talk a lot about security. People are nervous, right, using any sort of AI with their business information. But I can tell you that Google has really put a lot of time and effort into the security of Duet AI. So your interactions stay within your organization. Your existing Google Workspace protections are automatically applied. You can opt in or out of sharing anything, and your content is not used for any other customer. So Duet does not use your your information to, it doesn't go back to their databases to get better overall. It just gets better for you, so it stays with you. Yes, question?
Does it go within the organization? Like, can you share your information within the organization to make it smarter? Or is it completely?
It really, well, it depends on what how your org is set up and the admin controls are put in. But, oh, the question was, does it stay within your organization? So your interactions stay within your organization. If you're using sorry, I want to speak clearly to this. If you're only using it on your consumer account, it just stays with you. But if you're using, an enterprise, of course, If you're in an enterprise, as we all know as IT people, nothing is ever 100% like super private, because any admin anywhere can maybe get to something if in my team if the legal approves it. But in an organization, it does stay within your tenant, though. So good question. When Google Workspace commercial customers adopt Duet AI for Google Workspace Enterprise, you get the same data, robust data protection, and security standards that come with all of your Google Workspace services. Specific protections for business, education, and public sector customers are available. Again, interactions stay within your organization. Duet AI stores any prompts or generated content alongside your workspace content. Does not share outside your organization. Existing Google Workspace protections are automatically applied, so bringing the same enterprise-grade security as the rest of Workspace, automatically applying existing controls and data handling practices. And again, not used for any other customers. So it's not used for model training outside of your domain. If you do give it permission to do that, you can opt into that, but you're opted out to start. Any other questions about security? All right, so Duet AI in Workspace. It enables teams to connect, create, and collaborate from anywhere on a variety of devices using the power of generative AI. It does help people get more out of work by boosting productivity, enabling new skills, and freeing up time for more impactful work. All of this is done in a smooth and easy to use way without the need for code, new interfaces, multiple buttons, or steps. And I do have a link here, so the list of Duet announcements from Google Next. This link actually is everything that was announced at Next, but there is a section. It's 161 things, but there's a section for the workspace announcements. All right, so I would like to take some questions, and this image was AI generated. It does have a hand in it. I know.
What was your prompt?
Questions in a conference room setting. Oh, the question was, what was the prompt? And the prompt was someone asking a question in a conference room. I'll take any questions. I can show a couple of things. I can pull this up and we can make some pictures if you guys want. No?
Maybe not one's hands.
No, not ones with hands. Right. All right. Yeah, oh, go ahead.
So with each enterprise, I guess, is there a way to train, like, can I, so a lot of generative AI and a lot of AI, you have to train it for what you're trying to do, right? So, like, can I train it with the information from my enterprise, my corporation, and stuff so that I can get it to pull from that information? Can I give it a database or something else to pull it from?
Okay, so the question was, for your organization, can you train it to pull from your organization's data, which is very similar to Richard's question, I think, feeding it. In the future, I believe there will be a way to say, review these knowledge articles and write me a response based on this content. But
GPT went in and trained it with a certain
right.
information. Is there a way to train it like that with either the two?
Yeah, so I can answer. So I'm not entirely sure if Duet has that yet. I know Copilot is just barely stepping in to take a finely tuned model. So the way that the layers work are, there's a large language model.
You can't hear. You got to come up here.
Can I do the mic for you guys?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sure. So the question question was, can you pre-train or give more context to Duet with a finely tuned model, or start tuning it with your own business data in your organization? The way that the stack works is the large language models are read by the API engine, the translation engine. For ChatGPT, for example, it reads from a large language model, and you can couple tuned models into the ChatGPT in between, and or in full replacement of, say, a large language model. You can say, I don't want you to talk about large English language model. I want you to talk about my large model of ones and zeros that come from IoT systems or heart monitors or whatever, right? You could tell it the language and feed it a model that is tuned for a specific use case. Then Copilot and Bard, or excuse me, Copilot and Duet talk through that API to the models. So if you tell it a tuned model, yes, but I don't think today, I don't know if Duet, that's kind of what I was asking too, is I know Copilot doesn't have the ability to natively feed it, take a look at this data table in SQL, know that this is my business data, and know how to respond to questions with that business data. That's getting there, but it's not there today. In place of that, I don't know on the Google Workspace what the equivalents are, but in the Microsoft realm, AI Builder, so Syntax can read from your current content and build models. It learns metadata prototyping and builds models ish for search mostly. AI Builder is take a data model, use that as an AI feed, a push into the finely tuned AI Builder structure of this is my normalized data structure, push this in and use this as enterprise data to answer questions that are contextual to my business, et cetera. And that OpenAI from Azure is kind of the equivalent of take my finely tuned models and push those into the API. On Duet and Copilot specifically though, I don't think you can just say, hey Copilot or hey Duet, I want to ask you a specific question about my business delivery or my products, because I don't think that's, I don't know if that's there yet for Duet. I know it's not, to my knowledge, there for Copilot yet either.
I guess I meant not from the individual, but from the corporation itself.
Right.
So like you have a corporation, you want, I don't know if that finely tuned model, is that replacing the original model, or is that in addition to the original model?
You can
want
do
to-
either. You can
Right,
replace
okay.
or add to.
Yeah, great conversation, great questions. There's so much that we're on the cusp of doing. And again, with all of the announcements a couple of weeks ago, the future is wide open. I mean, there's so much that we can do and so much we can influence. The more that we use Duet and the more we use these tools, these are the kinds of questions that are going to come up, right? And I know that our security teams are very interested in that exact question, right? And I've been talking to a couple of vendors because they work up, they can say we can search all of this and exclude specific data. I'm in healthcare. We don't want specific kind of data to be pulled in. So that's a great question. It's a big conversation for sure. What other questions do we have? Yeah.
So, as Duet is threading into each of the Google Workspace assets, do you see overlap in being able to take that context or the thread of, hey, let's make a slide presentation, but I need to also go make a table of data in a sheet and pull that in to my slide presentation. Like, do you see integration between the tools, and how feature rich is it today, or what do you see coming kind of next?
So, so the features between all of the applications within Google Workspace, right? All of the productivity tools. So there is a lot of connection now. You can have a doc that you can say, here's my bullet points, and it will go out and it will create your slides for you. In your slides, can create a plan that will connect, and put in smart chips that will connect sheets and slides and docs, yeah. And then I've seen, that's actually really cool. So we have a draft, we're writing a draft communication, and a little icon just showed up and said, preview this in Gmail. And so it recognized we were writing an email that we were collaborating on in a doc. And you click a button and it opens up, it creates the email for you, and it gives you the format, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to copy, paste, you just click the button, it opens up in your email. So there's a lot of processes that will be connected through all of the apps. You can check this out, though. You can test it out yourself with your Google consumer accounts. If you have a Gmail account, you can test things. There's some links. I put the link in there for the announcements, which have links out to test things out for everybody. So I was going to put in, go in here. We can create an image if you want, just to see what it looks like. Who wants to give me a prompt? Disney. Not a Disney person, I don't know.
How many issues if you're using something that is trademarked?
That is you're using something trademarked. I don't know. I've actually not put in anything that I thought maybe. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Disney.
Happy kids at Disney.
Happy family. Happy family, angry dad. I spelled it wrong. With kids. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah, we'll get this still. Let's see if we just put happy family. Park. Well, it's mad at me. I didn't pick a style, so let's see what it gives us. That was a really great call out about trademark things. Yeah, I hadn't considered that one.
And the ChatGPT is having an issue with copyrights.
Yeah.
So we trained it with a lot of information that's copyrighted.
One announcement from Next was the creation of digital watermarks. So anything that we create with generative AI, we can add a digital watermark. So you can tell, well, I mean, if you're consuming content, you can see, okay, is this real? And you can tell, it'll have a watermark that, nope, this was created with AI. So we've got some, oh, this is pretty. We'll add that in there. I'm going to give this one a thumbs up. What do we like about it? I apologize if anybody doesn't like sunflowers. That's something. But yeah, I mean, that was really easy, and that's a really nice picture, in my opinion. Yes, question?
Follow up on the copyright. Does Google steal you in any way or form when you have them generate content for you from third parties claiming you violated their copyright? I mean, you generate an image and it looks really similar to somebody else's image, right? So
Okay, so for the...
did they make an announcement for that? If you don't know, it's fine.
I don't know. So for those of you online, the question was, does Google protect us if we create something that is very similar to something that is copyrighted? I don't have an answer for that. I think if we put in a prompt like we saw with Disney, it will not create something for us. But I don't know the answer to that. That's a good one.
Yeah, nobody knows really yet.
Oh, okay.
All vendors have the same problem.
I can, the next meeting I have with with the vendors. I can ask that. That's a great question.
So when you put this up there,
Mm-hmm.
does it tell you whether it was generated or found it on the web, or is it?
The question was, when I put these in here, does it tell me if if they found it on the web or if it's generated? All of these are generated. If I wanted to insert something from the web, I go up here and I insert from the web. I'm not mirroring, so I can't see. Insert. Yeah, I can insert an image and I can do a search from the web. So that would be a web search. But all of these, this is all AI generated. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm always with presentations.
That's a great question. The question for those of you online is, could you use the AI to find a logo for Outlook, for example? I would not use AI for that. I would just go and do a web search and pull it in that way. I think it's because it would be more accurate, especially if it's like a logo for something that is existing already. AI puts a little spin on it, or like I said, it deconstructs based on all of these things, and then it brings it back together as your AI. So for a logo, for example, you wouldn't want to do that. You'd want to keep it as true as possible. But you can put in prompts for, let's do a prompt for computer or email system, and we'll see what it gives us. And we are just about at time, so we'll see what this one gives us. And we can refine it and select a different style. Any other questions while we're waiting? Yep.
So I know that it's really super new, but the billions of prompts and stuff that have been run through it, is it, in your experience or maybe in your organization, does it seem to profile for you, like things that you would commonly ask it? I see that it's suggesting for prompts up top, as you brought up the prompt, and it's suggesting some. Does any of that ever come into contextual where it starts to profile for things that sees you asking about?
I like this question. So for those of you online, the question was, as we're using these things for the prompts, does it ever know that, Teresa's going to ask about this today. She's going to want to see these things, right? Right now in these, I don't see that. But where I do see that is in my chats. It gives me responses. It has learned how I reply. It has learned that I like 2 exclamation points. It has learned that I am going to end my emails with, thanks, let me know if you have any questions, follow. Like, it knows what I'm going to say, and it will put that in there for me. So I really like I can choose my responses because it knows how I talk. It's easy. I love it. It's not scary to me. I think it's Yep, got it. One click, I can send it.
Why do you want to go to this meeting? Be sure to reply with an email. 2 exclamation points.
They got jokes in here. Here's our images, so we can refine these. This one's cool. We'll do that one. All right, I think we are just about time. Do we have any questions online at all? Okay. All right, any other questions to end? I really appreciate everyone coming today and joining, those of you who joined online. I am really excited about this topic. Oh, we have to go talk about our... Again, thank you to our sponsors. And please don't forget to provide your feedback. Let me know if you have questions or if you'd like to see anything else. And again, stick around for the party afterwards. Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to CollabCon 2023. Hope you guys are having a good time so far. Dan, Ray, and myself, we're going to talk about how to become a Microsoft MVP and master public speaking. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Teresa Cyrus. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Actually lived here in the Orlando area almost like 30 years ago. First time being back, so that feels really great. I'm 9 days old of being an MVP. So I'm an infant, not even a baby, right? And yesterday that I participated in the Microsoft Certified Training yesterday, so I am an MCT as well. I'm not even 24 hours yet, so that's great. And I'll let Dan introduce himself.
Hi everyone, my name's Dan Ray. I am from the Chicagoland area. I live in DeKalb, Illinois. If you're from the south, it might be DeKalb. But that's my hometown where I grew up and where I've raised my family, and my wife is there with me. And I've been a Microsoft employee up till 2016. In 2016, I found out what the MVP program was, so I applied and became an MVP in February 2022.
Okay, so our agenda, what we're going to do is actually going to be in two parts. We're going to talk about, what is MVP? The most valuable professional. What does that mean? What are some of the benefits when you become MVP? How do you even, what are the contributions? What are they ranking? What are they looking for? So we'll talk about that, and then we'll end with, the process. We'll talk you through the nomination process and how that works. And then the second part, we're going to talk about public speaking. What are the different forms and types of speaking? Because it's not just about standing here at the podium, right? So what does that look like? And we'll provide you some tips, resources, and cover some tools that can help you with public speaking. Okay, so what is an MVP?
Microsoft has this program that's been around for 30 years, and most valuable professional in Microsoft is a community award, not an achievement. So it's something that you can act like, but you don't necessarily just say, hey, I became an MVP because I filled out this and I did this many speaking engagements and I've built these communities or helped with these communities. So the biggest thing that I learned from the program or the process was that you want to act like an MVP, and then eventually the award finds you, becomes something that you have achieved through the community work and the engagement and the other things you're doing. But just like an award, Sharon Weaver gave me a perfect example of it's like being nominated for an Academy Award or a Grammy. There's a winner, or there might be multiple winners in different categories, and your journey to that might be the newcomer, the first time you're nominated, the first year you're doing things, or maybe years in the making. So the 2016 to 2022, even before that, I've been a trainer for 23 years. So I've been giving back and doing community work for that long. And eventually, 2016, I left Microsoft, so I was eligible. 2022, I became an MVP.
What I will add is, you're being awarded for what you love to do, right? It's great to be paid, but you also just being really rewarded for how you're contributing to the community. And, we spend a lot of our time and efforts, right? And think about it in a sense, even volunteering to speak with young girls or speak with someone what you are passionate about. That's what an MVP is. Some of the benefits. So you're going to receive some, access to some of the experts. You're going to be entitled to attend different meetings that is exclusive for MVPs. Access to tools and resources. I know, I can tell you from my own experience, that's what I wanted. I wanted access to resources so I can help serve my community better versus I felt like I was working hard trying to find this information. I wanted the resources. And I'm gonna let Dan, because since he's been an MVP longer than me, knows more about some of those benefits.
One of the challenges I ran into was I felt like the MVP buzz hashtag, which is all over Twitter, all over LinkedIn, was essentially owned by MVPs. And so I felt, I guess, disingenuous using that as somebody that wasn't an MVP. And so I finally posted the question on Twitter and I just said, is this owned or is this something that only MVPs should use? And the poll that I ran, the majority of people felt like, yes, you need to be an MVP to use that hashtag. Betsy Weber, who is my community manager, mentioned, no, this is just to get the attention of MVPs. So that whole thing about acting like an MVP, if you have a few MVPs at a conference and you're promoting and talking and being on social media to promote those, use MVP Buzz. I tried to create my own hashtag and Microsoft employees and internal folks said, Dan, that's not what you want to do. I was going to use, I want my MVP. And they said, that's not really the spirit, if you will, of the award, but using MVP Buzz gets the attention of the MVPs that are in the community already. So Betsy Weber, if you get questioned about, hey, why are you using the hashtag, you're not an MVP, I have a whole area on my Twitter that points back to that conversation that I had with Betsy. And she pointed out nobody owns a hashtag.
Dan, correct me if I speak out of turn here, but I do know that there's a lot of MVP conferences, right, that they have. So, I know Ignite is going to be coming up in November. There may be a MVP conference that you get to go to. Again, you're around other MVPs. You can learn from them, right? You can also get insights. And so I'm looking forward to going to some of those conferences to get access to information that's going to help me serve the community. So I think that, anybody have any questions around that? All right, ways to contribute. So I know this slide may seem a little busy, but I want to make sure that I captured everything. It's all about community engagement, positive impact, right? It doesn't matter what your passion is. You can be a video content creator. That's what I am, right? I actually create videos that I have on YouTube channel. You could be a podcaster, broadcaster, right? You're sharing your knowledge. You could be having workshops in your regional location. You could be a trainer. So it's whatever you want to do and how you want to provide, your knowledge. Think about being an author. So it really doesn't matter. Some people think that you have to stand up here at a podium and speak to be an MVP. You have anything to add?
And say one other thing that has changed. Teresa was nominated before July and went through the old nomination process, which just had you list all of your contributions for the last 12 months. So, if I do a weekly show or if I have a blog post that happens periodically or if I'm on LinkedIn every day, do I need to put in 365 blog posts or articles that I've written, that type of thing? Now, since July, they've changed it to 24 or less high impact community engagements. So if I'm doing something weekly, but I'm speaking at an event like this might be the high impact or one of those 24 high impact items that I provide back to Microsoft about the impact I had on the community. So that's changed since July of this year.
It's really, think about it too, is really you volunteering your time, right? You're volunteering your time and your knowledge and sharing it with others. Okay, here we are. So the nomination process, how does this work? And what I'm gonna do is gonna show the images on the slide first, and then we'll go back and ask any questions around this. So you have to be nominated by a Microsoft employee or another MVP. So that's one way. Well, second, what's going to happen as part of the process is once you are nominated, that you will get this form, and you know, get excited about it, and you complete the form. Then the committee or the regional directors or someone from the MVP community will review your contributions. And then within 90 days that you will hear the results, right? So we figured that this was where a lot of questions may come up. Anybody have any questions? And I don't see anyone from Microsoft Teams. Can you tell me if anybody have questions on Teams?
Eric, is there anybody online? Questions?
Go ahead.
Is there a specific number of MVP slots or something where every year, let's say it's 100, like we have to go to 100? Or is that kind of a big number?
I'm going to let you repeat your question.
Is there a specific number of MVP slots, for lack of a better word, for each category?
I don't think so. So the more the merrier, right? The more the merrier. I believe that I saw something. There's like, help me out, folks. I think it was like 4,500, something MVPs globally. So it's a large number. And within the different categories, I don't know the number. I don't know how many different categories they have, but there's, that's what you service. You can be an MVP in that area, in that space. Another question?
Yeah, I'm just curious about it. How much time do you spend on the efforts that feed into the nomination process? Or maybe a better way to ask it is, do you always try to do things that feed into the nomination process as part of your job, so it doesn't feel like it's extra?
I wouldn't recommend that, right? It's really doing what you enjoy doing. It's almost going back to like you're trying to chase, the MVP. It's really you providing, your service, your skills, and sharing it with others, and you're going to keep track of that, but you're not keeping track of that to become. Right? I didn't sit and say that I'm going to create 100 videos because I won that award. I was creating the videos to make sure that people knew how to use the product.
What are some example of categories?
Some of the examples of the categories is the question. Dan, you probably can answer this better than me.
So we're both in the Microsoft 365 apps and services, which used to be Heather Office 365 apps and services, SharePoint, Teams, the products that we've used for years and years. AI is a category, security is a category, Azure is a category. Some of those categories have changed or morphed. Many MVPs are not in more than one category. So back to the question about how do you track, or how do you lay out 12 months of contributions? The first time I filled out the nomination process, I said I've done some stuff in Windows, and I've done some stuff in Office, and I've done some stuff over here in Azure because I worked at Microsoft. And there wasn't a clear category in what I was trying to do. So my first community manager feedback was, Dan, you're all over the place. And that's not how you get into this program. You have to concentrate on one area. So with Microsoft 365 apps and services, it didn't tie me into the Windows platform, so I can do things on the Mac. I can do things on other types of platforms, and it was easier to put my contributions in that area. Azure would be another example. Like Azure and security now are separate, and AI is separate. So you really need to think about what are those contributions and how do they tie back to that category that you're looking to be nominated or looking for feedback from the contributions review.
One of the things is too, I know that Microsoft Designer just recently wrote out, and I've been, putting a lot of videos out there, call it Microsoft Designer in Action. It's not part of apps and services, but I included it, right? But I still included it as part of my contribution. It's a great question. Yes.
So after you're nominated and you go through the year, at the end of the year, do you auto renew or do you have to be nominated again or do you just submit some more evidence? How does that work?
So I had that panic moment when I went through the
Repeat the
renewal
question.
process. So the question was, what happens once you become an MVP? Do you automatically renew? What's the renewal process look like? For me, in the spring of 2023 was when I needed to document everything I had done since February of 2022. So you get a window of, here's when you need to have all your contributions in, and I was under the old list everything and anything you can. During the year and a half that I was an MVP, I decided we would start or rebrand a community on LinkedIn we call now the Microsoft Speakers Hub.
Yeah.
It was called the Microsoft Speakers Club, and it was previous to that a Toastmasters club that was started when I was at Microsoft full time. The issue I had with that was I decided, well, Microsoft Designer is in preview. I'll create a showcase page off of our community, and certainly a showcase page will just pick up all the followers and the notoriety we already have. No, it's brand new. You start from 0 followers. You have to build it totally separate. The designer team came to me on Twitter and said, do you know who owns this Microsoft Designer page on LinkedIn? Because we'd like to have a consistent voice, and you're not part of the product team. I thought this could either be a really good thing or it could be feedback that, Dan's kind of stepping out into areas that he shouldn't. It either was good feedback or wasn't overshadowed by other things. So we turned that page over to the designer team. And in doing so, we still had admin rights. What I tried to focus on was just amplifying things they were doing on other platforms because they weren't amplifying that on LinkedIn. So I figured if the actual team posted something on Twitter or other platforms, that was safe to just verbatim put on LinkedIn. And that was one of the contributions I listed as well.
The other thing that I will add around the portal, so I had the opportunity to work, put my contributions in the old portal, and then I went to the new portal. And they also ask about the reach. So if you have a blog post or video, the other thing I want to mention too is tech community. Tech community is huge, and they love that, right? As far as a contribution, you want to have a blog post there or address people's issues. That's what I've done for a year and a half, is go out there if they had a question or needed a solution, I would do that, and that is also counted. And for tech community, they do tell you how many views. I had one that had like 120,000 views. That is great, right? That's going to help you to be acknowledged, right? So tech community, he's showing off over here.
And I can't spell, but.
Yeah, he shows off over here, which is great. But by the way, I like that though. Any more questions? Mm-hmm.
What are, I know you briefly went over the benefits, but what are some ways being at MVP has benefited you guys?
I can tell you for me, 9 days, right? 9 days. I have so many people who has reached out to me to the point to where I'm like, I am committed for the rest of this year. I need to stop and think about what I'm going to do, right? Like I had a young lady, now I've been out on LinkedIn for 2 years. So I started my own business in 2021. I knew that I wanted to train. And I started putting out all these videos. I had to go through a learning curve because I didn't know. But nevertheless, the same day I just have people reaching out to me. Clip Training wants me to do videos or training on Microsoft Designer. Logitech, I've gotten calls from them. They want me to potentially do do, videos on their product. And I'm thinking, Black Friday is coming up soon, right? So, the exposure, right? The one thing that I do want to say for me, because before I met Dan, I was really end user focused, right? And I didn't have a balance of IT as followers. And Dan helped me with that exposure to both. So one thing for me that I'm really being conscious about is making sure that I have end users follow me as well as much as IT. Because who are you really servicing? We as IT folks, we wear two hats, right? We have that end user hat on and that IT hat on. So that's from my experience.
In 2021, Microsoft announced 5 new fonts for the Office applications, one of which would become the new default font. I started putting on LinkedIn, hey, are we ever going to revisit this? And probably 6 months before it became public, they came to MVPs to get our feedback to share where they were in that journey. And so the other thing that happened with that early access was I don't influence when it becomes public. So you get all of this NDA, non-disclosure interaction with Microsoft that you can't put on your MVP contributions. I just learned that if you put it as high impact, it becomes public, which I think the MVP team needs to think about. So if I say, hey, this super secretive thing that I'm working on is high impact, it automatically at this point becomes public. So somebody can at least see what you've written in there or what's been written for you. So that's the type of thing that you also get from a benefit perspective. And some of that you can talk about publicly or you can talk about eventually publicly, and some of it you have to keep kind of under wraps until it becomes public.
I'm really looking forward to some of those benefits. Any other questions? Again, I can't see what we have on Microsoft Teams. We're still good? Okay, good. Okay, so we'll go to the next segment. Okay, public speaking. So I have said several times already, a lot of people have this misconception about public speaking is doing what I'm doing right now in front of this podium, and that is not true. So let's talk about what that is. So again, you could be an event speaker, writer, author. I fit up under the video, YouTube, content creator. You could be a trainer. So it is really endless is what you want to do. But what is the one thing that they all have in common? Voice. Say that again? Your voice. Your voice. Okay. What's a brand? Okay. Going over on this side. What do they all have in common when you're public speaking? Say that again? An audience. Speak with confidence. Right? It doesn't matter if you're sitting, at a podcast or broadcast or at this podium, being a trainer, you want to speak with confidence. So some tips. So storytelling. Storytelling is, has a start, middle, and end. It doesn't necessarily have to be, whatever the topic related is. You can kind of, use I remember somebody did a presentation, they were talking about a Netflix show, right? As long as you can tie it back to your topic and be concise with it and clear, you can use storytelling. It's like your recipe. Preparation. This is really important. You got to think about either outlining or think about what you're going to talk about. Complete your research. I like this image here because when you're prepping your dinner, right, you're going to get your ingredients out. You can either work with, you're in the kitchen by yourself cooking, or you're with others. So do your research with others, right? You may be saying, hey, I need to brainstorm a little bit and make sure if this topic is okay. You could bullet point your what you want to talk about, or script. I like to totally script mine out, right? I totally script it out because if I don't use it, now 6 months down the road, I want to come back, I can read my script and know exactly what I want to say because I want to be consistent, right? And the other thing is practice. So before my 2 dogs passed away, I would practice in front of my dogs and they just would look at me like, so practice, prepare. Know your audience. You're not going to feed a baby steak, right? So make sure you know your audience. Talk about what you think, like I think about globally. You don't want to talk about maybe Martin Luther King Day to the folks over in India because they probably don't know that reference, right? So make sure that you talk about, a topic or throw out references that everybody can relate to, right? So that's why I use, normally if you stop and think about it, why people always use food? We use food. Body language. This is so important. Body language can be great for you or it can work against you. So if you're nervous or just standing, you could tell it, right? Or if you want to be sarcastic, you want to prove a point, right? Body language can help you, so it's really important because it conveys a message, right? We want to draw emotions from our audience. We want them to feel what we want them to feel, and sometimes we use body language to help with that. Control your nerves. This got the best of me yesterday, right? Breathe. Try really hard. Figure out what that is that help you control your nerves. It could be music. So I like to really meditate and listen to mellow music. Think about athletes. They always want to listen to music that pumps them up, right? Whatever works for you. Try to figure out how to control those nerves. And then engage. You want your public speaking, whatever that is, you want to, even in writing, you want your audience to engage in what you are sharing. Right? If you get comments, that's what you're looking for. When you write a blog post, you do a video, you're looking for that comment. Once you get that comment, that's letting you know that they were engaged with what you were sharing. Any questions around this? How did I do with all the food reference on the storytelling? Great. Anything you want to add?
There are 3 things, or 3 people that are famous from DeKalb, Illinois. Does anybody know any of the 3 people that have a connection to DeKalb, Illinois? DeKalb, Illinois, 3 famous people that either grew up in DeKalb or went to school there. There's a pretty large university in Illinois.
I only know the Bears for Illinois.
The Bears probably have a connection to NIU Huskies. But Cindy Crawford is 2 years older than me, so I went to high school with Cindy Crawford, the supermodel. We were like this. I'm the thumb on the other hand.
Yeah, okay.
And Richard Jenkins, if you're familiar with character actors, look up Richard Jenkins. He's in every single movie I've ever seen, it seems like. Hundreds of movies. He was in The Shape of Water in more of a primary role. Richard Jenkins grew up in DeKalb, Cindy Crawford did. And then Joan Allen, an actor who probably saw most of her heyday maybe 20, 30 years ago, but still does character acting, went to NIU. And the voice of Homer Simpson is a Northern Illinois University graduate. So there's 4, actually. Don't.
The only thing that I add is Robert Downey Jr. You guys know who he is, right? We're born on the same day and the same year. So every year, he's going to have dinner with me one day. I just know it. I'm like, you're my twin. Same day, same year. Okay, so resources. So when it comes to public speaking, there's a lot of material out there. Just go to Google, I actually found on Microsoft.com, if you want to put that, Microsoft.com, I just did a search on public speaking, and there was a lot of content that came up, not only just around your, presence, or they shared even resources. So there's a lot of content. Observe others, right? So yesterday, I was in a training session, and one of the students in there, because my hands are all over the place, right? I'm very dramatic, my hands are all over the place. And I loved what she did with her hands. So I will be taking that, right? So observe what other people do that you like that's going to help you. And that could be with YouTube videos, writing style, so it doesn't matter. Watch what others do. On LinkedIn, there is a public speaking learning group that has a lot of content out there. I'm going to let Dan talk about the collaborative space on LinkedIn.
So LinkedIn has many different communities, groups, different ways to collaborate. One way that we discovered with the Microsoft Speakers Hub is by listing it as a company. We can go live as that page. We can have a newsletter as that page. So we can do both synchronous and asynchronous types of collaboration and public speaking. And by going live as that page, instead of going live as my profile, it allows that audience that's connected with the page to discover those live events. We've had Dwayne on, we've had other people from the community, this community, on that platform before.
I actually like it. I go and read the article because it gives you an article, and then you can actually add, from your own experience, right? And so it's one of my favorite go-tos now. The topics range from just all over the place. And again, I don't know if they push something out weekly or what that is, but that is a nice site to join. And then join our newsletter on LinkedIn, right? Journey to the Cloud newsletter. We share what's going on in our space with everyone, and as well as I have added public speaking tips. So it helps me, again, that's just my way of learning is, read about something and sharing it with others. That's how I learn. And so look for us on LinkedIn. Now, any questions before I move to the next slide? Any questions around resources? Some of the tools. So here I'm only going to focus on tools that you can use in PowerPoint. And one of them is speaker notes. It's my favorite when I used to, thanks Dan, you're so awesome. When I used to work in the corporate world, and the company I worked for, was a public company and investor relations. And we would prepare all his total script into speaker notes. Now, for me personally, how I use it, sometimes I present and I start to speed up. I have to remind myself to slow down. So if I'm looking at my speaker notes, I remember to breathe, slow down. The other thing is, I already spoke about having your talking points or script, but I also use it to remind me to ask for reactions or make sure that I'm looking, if I'm hybrid, to look at my Microsoft Teams and get them engaged, right? Because I'm asking for a reaction. And then I love animation in my slides, but I need to tell myself when to click. So I always have their click, and then I know when to speak. Because sometimes you want to, speak first and then click. I know exactly when. So that's how I use the speaker notes. It's my favorite. The second one is the use presenter view. So what I have on the screen is, this is what you will see as the presenter. So as a presenter, you will see here on the black side, the speaker notes, and I have old eyes, right? I have to make sure that I end up making my font either bigger or smaller. But you have a lot of, features that you can use there as well. To be able to zoom in, you can actually turn the screen completely black or white. But this is something that you see, but everybody else will see the actual presentation. Now don't goof and end up showing your speaker notes viewed to the audience. The other thing that I discovered was, actually I was preparing for a presentation, is that I knew that I only had 15 minutes to present. And I had mapped out my slides, and I knew that I need to be a minute here, I need to be 2 minutes there. And so I actually used this feature to help me with that. I went on and turned it on and set the time for each slide. So if I didn't finish, it was going on in advance. So I knew that I'm gonna have to cut something out, right? So I used that, but up in the yellow box, make sure you use timing turned off. Make sure you deselect that, because if not, when you get ready to present tomorrow and that is turned on, and if you speak over that 1 minute, it's going to go ahead and change those slides. I got caught by that one time. So that's why that is in yellow.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, last one. Rehearse coach. Right? I know that was there. I know it was there, but I'm starting to use it more, and what I like about it, I am, you know, so you know, and it would catch it. That was on purpose, by the way. It would catch it. It would let you know two things though. When you turn it on, it will at least ask you, do you want it to beep at you every time you use one of those fillers words? It distracts me. For me, I'd rather see the results at the end, but it distracts me, and I start that and never get out because I heard the beep. The other thing is it watches the tone, because when you're speaking, you should change your pitch throughout, right? And it would track it for you. I'm loud by nature, so that pitch goes up and down all over the place. I really like this, and it tracks the time and the number of slides that you covered. I don't use this a lot, but I have been called out by my husband by my filler words that I'll start using. Any questions on the tools? Once again, I just wanted to focus. I know there's a lot of other tools out there, but I wanted to focus on PowerPoint tools.
My biggest pet peeve is when a presenter says, I know you can't see this, but, and then continues to explain something. And PowerPoint for several years has that zoom feature. So you can either with Morph build in additional slides for these 4 points. You could zoom in on your slides so people can see the area, and it follows your mouse in many cases. So learning some of these skills that have been in PowerPoint for quite a while are super helpful. The other one that I discovered was, if we want to go back to slide 1, I can hit 1, enter, and I'm sitting on slide 1. If I know key points within my presentation, I can do that. I can also hit Control-, and now I see an overview of all my slides. So they're very easy ways when you learn these tricks that I would consider undocumented. I don't remember who showed me the number and enter in PowerPoint, but I spent years as a technical trainer not knowing about that one trick.
Well, I can tell you that you saved me with the Zoom. Just saved me, because I was concerned a little bit, so thanks for the save. Okay, so I have the last slide. This is going to be the last slide, and I do want to make this a little interactive. So we talked about already, you know, what it takes to be an MVP. not how to become, but what it takes to be an MVP. And so for aspiring MVPs, or even for MVPs who are up for renewal, because it's just not given to you after you get there, right? So what are some of the things that we kind of talked about overall? And we talked about being passionate. And so what I want to do is, if somebody's brave enough to come up and tell me what they think, what is passionate means to you?
There you go.
Can you come up so we can share the screen? And if you can, because I'm not sure where we are on time, but if you can just make it
Got
as
about 5 minutes.
as
5
make it
minutes.
make it a minute.
Yeah, when I heard the word, a minute?
A minute.
When I heard the word, I thought it was doing something that is meaningful to you.
I thought you wanted to elaborate on that a little bit more. That was 3 seconds. Anybody else? What does,
What's that? Tell her
think
to scoot
about
over.
being an
Scoot
MVP.
over this way.
Think about being an MVP and, being passionate about what you do. Tell me your name. So we have Natalie's going to join us.
Okay, so to me, passionate is sharing what you're passionate with others. So it's like when I'm really excited about something, I want to kind of share it with the world, and that's what makes it passionate.
Very good. Thank you for sharing. So same thing with visionary. What does visionary think about MVP? What does visionary really mean? Someone else wanted to come up? Share? Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. What does visionary really means to you? I don't want to use the word chasing this MVP. What does it mean? Come on. Thank you. State your name for me, please.
It's Richard Tolan. For me, a visionary is specifically in the MVP space, is somebody that's leading others
Great.
towards the future or expansion on an idea and or a tool.
Perfect. I love that because I probably would have forgotten about leadership leading. One more. And I think you had one that I liked when we talked about visionary.
Thinking about things that you want to change in the program. So in 2019, a Latina in Florida posted on Twitter, "Where are all the female Latina African American MVPs?" And I thought, well, other than some of the filters that I have available to me, I don't have gender, I don't have ethnicity as options. So I went through some of the people I knew that fell into one of those 3 or multiple categories. But it just so happens that we're standing with an MVP that falls into one of those or 2 of those categories. And that's some of the visionary is find things that you would like to change and be part of that change.
I was surprised I'm the only female in Pennsylvania. And none of them was there was 3 males on the eastern side of Pennsylvania and 1 female on the western of Pennsylvania. And the only African American in the Pennsylvania.
We have a message from the chat. Nifty50 says, well, not even really a question, it says, "Nice job, Teresa and Dan, woot woot from Roxania. Aim to make an impact for the better."
Thank you for that. Thank you. Last one.
Roxana is the Latina that should be an MVP at some point.
So Dan keeps himself, very diversified. All right, last one, and we'll kind of make this quick. Think about maximizer. I want somebody to share with me, think about what that means, as a maximizer when it comes to MVP. No? So I think when I think about this, it's really you maximizing all the opportunities, you sharing and giving, right? You're maximizing and being exceptional. I think that Microsoft use on their website, you are exceptional. You are, going over and beyond, the call of duty to share, their products and services with others. So with that, I'm going to end with being a PDN is going to help you be a MVP. Is that good?
Yeah. Hey guys. First and foremost, thanks for being here, guys. There is plenty of food. Plenty of food. Remember, this is the perk of a hybrid event. So, if you want seconds or thirds, don't be ashamed. Just go back, get more. Well, while you're eating, take a minute to look up here, because we have a celebrity in our midst. This guy, do you see the logo on his shirt? Who sees it? What is it, Joy? TechSmith. Who knows what TechSmith makes? All right, who knows what TechSmith makes? Camtasia. What else? Audiate. What else? All right, guys. See, I told you yet.
We got some fans.
We got fans, all right? So, he flew all the way here to talk to us. So, I'm going to hand it over.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and thanks all for being here. Let's give a round of applause to Nick and the crew that made this food possible. That was fantastic. They were doing a couple other meals for other groups in this place, and so, they made it all come together. Yeah, I just flew in, literally just flew in from Michigan, and boy, are my arms tired. Thanks, someone, I appreciate it. Boy, are my arms tired. Yeah, and in fact, it became a bit of a journey. I had a flight last night, 9 p.m., got there from Detroit, drove over from work. I'm like, yep, this will be perfect. And then the airline, I was going cheapo, Frontier Airline, no shade. And they're like, yeah, it's going to be delayed until 11 or something, and then 12, and then they're like 1 o'clock. And I'm like, I can still do that. And then they said 10:45 a.m., and I was like, nuh-uh, can't. I'm going to miss the whole one-day conference. So we flexed around it, and I got a hotel, and I got a different airline to bring me here this morning, and it made me think of how we are all on a journey, and we make a plan, and we're open and we're curious, right? That mindset of being open and curious makes us ready to adapt and to improvise when something changes in that plan. And actually, if you ask, how did I get here? It started earlier than that. It started with me noticing on a list of names this really cool name, Joy Apple. At TechSmith, we do a lot of customer interviews and talking to customers and just learning from them. And so a colleague of mine had set up all of these, he set out the fish hooks, right, and see who comes in the nets to respond and say, yeah, we'll talk to you, TechSmith. And then we were splitting up the list, and I said, ooh, these look like a fun name, and I grabbed Joy Apple. And we had a really fun conversation, and from that, I learned about this little event. She said, oh yeah, I'm helping organize this little event in Orlando, and the more I heard about it, I was like, I don't want to miss out on that. That sounds really fun. So then she introduced me to Sherry. Where's Sherry? Hey, Sherry. And Sherry connected with our product team because she's using Audiate and stuff, and then I got to meet Sharon. So anyway, obviously it's a great crew here. You all know each other. I'm new to the club, but thank you for welcoming me. I already feel very welcome. And I think we're all going to get so much out of this day. And you've already started. I'm just arriving. So I'm going to keep with that journey theme a second, if you'll humor me. And I promise we're going to do something fun at the end of this with the memes that are on your table, and there's going to be prizes. So stick with me. TechSmith, yeah, the name TechSmith, who are they? I could give you the stats. We're 300 people. We're located in the heart of Michigan. You have to do this with your hand. The heart of Michigan, in Lansing. And we've been there, we were founded in 1987 by a technical guy who was a developer. And then his daughter, he was the founder. His daughter is running the company now as CEO. And we have, 73 million customers in 190 countries or some whatever, right? But what I really want to talk about is how we've, as a company, navigated the last couple of years. Collaboration, right? Collaboration has existed for as long as humans got together to do work. But the way we've done it, if you're a white-collar kind of office worker, knowledge worker, probably shifted in the last couple of years. And at TechSmith, it sure as heck did. Our 300 people were co-located in 5 very ugly buildings that look like dentist offices with a shared parking lot in near East Lansing, which is the home of Michigan State University. Any Spartans fans? No, okay. I'm out of my territory here. And what we would do is to collaborate, we would cross parking lots and get together in a room, and then inevitably there was one person who was remote, and that poor person, they would listen to you like chomp your chips, or like someone's loud typing right next to the microphone, and it was horrible. And before March 2020 hit and everything sort of shut down, our leadership already had a plan to build a new beautiful building adjacent to Michigan State University. They wanted to do like a business park, and we were going to be their first tenant. It's going to be exciting. And they planned it as a clone of what we had. They asked everybody, how do you want to work? And everybody's like, I want an office with doors. And I want to work in my own little space. And so that's what they started mapping out with the architects. Then March 2020, then it was like, okay, everything's on pause. But then as the plan started to continue, it was like, well, what should this building be? How do we make a building that's actually going to flex to how we're going to want to work after this? And I don't know if you had this experience, but I went down a roller coaster, a journey of my own on how I would want to work. Because we had surveys every 6 months or so. How do you think you're going to want to work when we all go back to normal, whatever normal is? And I would answer it one way, and then 6 months later I'd be like, because I was like, oh, I could do this forever. I could work remotely forever. I don't need people really around me. My wife was actually the one who's like, you kind of do. So yeah, we were learning about ourselves as we went. And over the course of that whole building, like the design of it changed, and it was so much different. It's a very flexible space that supports hybrid work, which honestly is the new normal. I am super convinced that that's true. Along the way, we also try to do some thinking about how do we want to actually collaborate, not just the physical space and which days you're in the office and all that. We ended up with a 3-part designation, by the way. You could choose hybrid, you could choose full in office, and then you get an office that you can leave your stuff and have your name on the door. Or you're fully remote, and you have to come in a couple times a year. Those were our 3 designations that we landed on. But we also wanted to talk about, well, how do we actually communicate and work together and collaborate, and what's our meeting culture, and how do we think about those norms? So we, before we moved into our beautiful new building last fall, we were still 100% remote, which is very unusual for us as a company in our history. And we took that moment to say, let's try an experiment and just turn everything upside down. We first called it no meetings, and then everyone freaked out. They're like, what? No meetings month? I can't do that for a month? You gotta be kidding me. Well, first we started talking about a week, and then it was like a month. Then we said, well, let's just call it async first. So that's what we did. We ran an async first experiment. We asked all of our teams to get together and take ownership of their own meetings and their own ways of interacting, synchronous versus asynchronous, and to think about that and review all their meetings and prioritize them and say, do you even need to meet on this cadence? Could it be shorter? Could you move part of the work that you do asynchronous so that it can happen in between, right? Why did we do that? Well, one of the things, if you ever saw Microsoft's research coming out during the pandemic, right? The amount of Zoom meetings, team meetings, whatever, skyrocketed. Everybody was on Slack or Teams all the time. And it led to this just what some people call the hyperactive hive mind. There was no time for deep work. You were just always reacting, which kind of feels satisfying, but when you step back, you're like, I didn't actually do anything substantial. And so we were realizing that too, we don't have a great measure of productivity. Our CEO isn't even sure you can measure it because it's like, especially developers. Anyway, I won't go down that rabbit trail. Don't ask developers to talk about measuring their productivity. So we did this experiment. We asked people to kind of blow up their meetings and go async first for 1 month. We found in our survey, 8% increased their perceived importance of meetings, which was the biggest surprise. One of the reasons why is because the ones that were left, they're like, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis and value on that because I realize like that time is valuable and we should use it well. About 15% said they felt more productive. Again, we didn't have no one's snooping and measuring lines of code, but they felt more productive, which is meaningful. And about 85% said that they would consider replacing other future meetings with asynchronous collaboration. So that was a good outcome. Then we moved into our building, and we're still adapting, right? And that's been almost a year. We'll come up on a year in September, end of September, early October. And now we're hybrid, and people come and go, and I notice with the days I'm in the office, I have to redefine productivity for myself. I'm like, the day I'm in the office is about connecting with people and collaborating in person and having those catch-up conversations that create the trust and the glue that I can depend on the other days when I'm at home. I go into the office about 2 days a week. That flexibility was really key. And that was one of our big findings, honestly, is people want flexibility. but there's this core tension between what the flexibility I want and what the team needs, right? And so we've left it up to teams to really define that for themselves and say, top down, we're not going to know what you need. You figure it out. And so that's been the approach. We're always learning, always adjusting. We keep surveying people and saying, how's it working? Should we change the policies and things like that? A couple of danger zones. I mentioned the hyperactive hive mind, and then also what we call asynchronous. Asynchronous is when you're like, oh, we're doing this async, but I could really use you to look at it right now. And then you're like back and forth 4 times in an hour, and you're like, God, we actually should have just jumped on a Zoom, right? Or a Teams call, because then we could have gotten it done. So that is one of those pitfalls we do think about and try to avoid. The other thing that really came out of this, okay, you're going to say, oh, of course, Foster, like you work for a company that makes software that makes videos and GIFs and images. But those core visual objects are so important to working in this hybrid manner. One of the reasons why is because they preserve some of the humanity and some of the literal face time. If I make a video to convey the message to you, one, it's a richer channel. I'm a comm major from way back, so don't get me going. But it's a richer channel, right? You're processing more data on more channels when you can see me and hear my voice than if I type something in a Teams note, which is so easy to misunderstand, even with emoji. Even with all the emoji in the world now, I just saw when I opened up Teams the other day, all the emojis. But I think video really has a key role to play. John, who was sitting here, now he's standing there. Sorry, John, just took by. He gave me this quote. I didn't ask him over lunch. He was like, "Man, video, like instead of people sending out newsletters and long emails at work, especially he's thinking of leaders, they should send a video. Like, why aren't more people doing that?" And I'm like, yes, I fully agree. There are some things though. People, when you just ask them to hit record and make a video, often they make a really bad, unwatchable, challenging video if they don't even think about the fact, and I think I heard someone talking about this just before lunch, be succinct, right? Get your 3 sticky notes together, and your 3 points are what you're going to talk about, and talk about those 3 points and stop talking. I had to learn that when I first got access to video making at work. Some devs had to kindly tell me, I don't need all the backstory of how you got here before you start telling me what you're trying to tell me. So there are some good skills that we can learn and bring into it. Short and sweet. Anything more than 5 minutes feels like a long video. My gosh, TikTok, every other channel, Snapchat, 30 seconds. Can you do it in a minute? Can you do it in 2 minutes? If you're going over 2 minutes, it's probably too long. And then think about how easy is it to record? Do they have the tools to record and create video easily? And I'll talk about what TechSmith is doing to help make that possible very briefly in a second, but I think it's really important. And then also, you send something out asynchronous, and if all you get is crickets, right? You're like, I made the message, but message sent does not equal message received. Our CEO used to say that frequently. He was in a military background. Message sent doesn't equal message received. And so I think, you need to be really specific about what you're asking. And I'll have younger, sometimes, I shouldn't pigeonhole that, probably people of every age, will send me, a designer, let's say. I want feedback on this. And I look at it and I go like, do you want me to just like critique the colors? Because first of all, I'm kind of colorblind. So I'm probably not going to do a good job of that. So, just be really specific with what is it you're asking someone to do by when. Same principles as we would have if we were doing a meeting, but you're just doing that asynchronous. And then I think video messaging at work is something to just keep an eye on. Everyone here is into tech. Think about that. Like, video messaging at work is a growing category that didn't kind of exist before, but it's on the rise as people become more familiar with creating video. So just really briefly, what is TechSmith up to in some of this? So our journey is not complete, of course. We have our eye on this video messaging space, so we've been investing in Snagit a lot to create better videos, things like being able to merge videos together, because sometimes you get one done and you realize I had a little more to say, and it's just a simple stitch them together. There are other things that we're solving for, like if you have screen-based content, it can be hard to follow the little cursor around, so we're doing cursor highlighting in the upcoming version, and being able to annotate, draw arrows while in your video, or just a 1, 2, 3. If you've ever used that step tool in Snagit, that came to video, so now you can do that with video. Again, just these things to help make it a better, more clear and concise package when you send that off to somebody, easier for them to consume and easy to make. Screencast. We plugged this video delivery service that didn't used to really have much of a purpose. We didn't know what the purpose was. We like to make things and just throw them out there to the world sometimes. And we gave it a purpose. We plugged it into Snagit. So now there's a button that you say share link, and it goes up there and you get a link. So that's what happens when you send that out. The person viewing it doesn't just view the video. They can actually annotate on it themselves. They can draw an arrow and say, what about this? Or I didn't understand that. And they leave comments at a point in time in the video. And that gets that full circle going, right, of asynchronous back and forth two-way communication where you can actually do things like group feedback. And I'll talk about that in my session. But you can do group feedback. Send it out and have multiple people engage and give you feedback, and it's so much more efficient. Camtasia, we're working on a bunch of stuff around making polish easy. So Camtasia, we were talking at our table about Camtasia is sort of the easier method compared to Premiere, but then you really have a bunch of upstart other products that have also almost made it even easier. So we're investing to make Camtasia kind of a quicker start for people. And then Audiate. I heard a surprising number of people said the word Audiate. How did you hear about Audiate? Ah, yeah. Was your session this morning? Yeah. I just have more reasons to hate Frontier right now, but that's okay. Well, thank you. So yeah, Audiate is a really interesting metaphor, right? The question we started with, and Sherry got to talk to the brilliant mind, Dan Latner, who kind of came up with this product at TechSmith. It's like, what if we could edit video as easily as you edit text? So that's really that's the whole notion, is look at the text and then edit stuff out. And I use it on occasion, and I love it, and it makes me look a lot better than I would otherwise. You didn't come here at lunch to hear about products, so how are we doing on time? Maybe you did.
I'm a fan.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. You're with techie people.
Awesome. Well, let me ask a question then, since we have a little time. I do want to get to the memes. I hope people will find that fun. But I am really, I'll use this as a focus group for a second. TechSmith used to do stuff with MVPs, and we would give product to MVPs. That program ended, new management, whatever. And one of the things that, so my boss is actually moving into a new role as of this week. It's been a heck of a week for me, as you might imagine. I report to the VP of product. And one of the things that we've wondered about is how to make that program feel like it's mutually beneficial. Because I think it got pigeonholed internally as like, well, we give away a lot of software. We're not sure what happens next. So are there does Microsoft do this well? Are there ways that you feel like a company who's ultimately a business, right, and responsible for their resources, how can they navigate that better? What should I bring back to my boss to pitch him on, like, this is why we should restart the MVP program? Okay, Sharon, do you want the mic? Or?
I have a lot of thoughts on this. No, there's a lot.
I can't hear you.
And people online, too?
Online, come on.
Online people.
There are a lot of product companies, right, that have partner programs and that have evangelist programs. And I have participated in quite a few of them, and I think the best ones are the ones that, first of all, recognize that there is an equal transaction that's happening, and second of all, are very deliberate and organized around that. So the ones that I find the most value in are the ones that essentially have a regular meeting you can go to where they give us information and updates. We get products that we can then use to learn to love and demo, and then turn around and have an accountability program by which to maintain that value from you guys. We have to give something back, but it is measurable and it is manageable, so then you get the ROI.
If you had to name 2 or 3 of those programs you think are tops, and I don't know.
All three.
Are you allowed to name companies?
No, are you?
Logitech's a good one. AppPoint honestly does a good job of running their program for the most part. AppPoint. Microsoft obviously is one of the biggest ones. I know many people in here are in several of those, so you can get those names. But the ones that essentially just push stuff out and say you should do this, I mean, some people might not, but the ones that are deliberate and organized about it, that facilitate it and actually do that, I think are the most successful.
Does anyone here have a contrary opinion? I don't know this group. Is that okay? Can I ask that?
Does Does anybody have a contrary opinion?
Give us less stuff, you mean?
So, yeah, I think I got the Camtasia stuff through being an MCT. Somehow I got, even though I worked at Microsoft, it wasn't free. I always thought it was weird that, oh, here's the link, download it, give us your email address or whatever the gate was. And there was never an expectation that I tweeted or that I used the tool or that, so I kind of felt like I was stealing. Like, I got this free tool, it's great, but how am I supposed to share with the world that I'm using the, like, how do I return my side of the street is unpaved, how do I pave it? And it's like, there's no expectation, so I'm not gonna go through the effort of going, hey, I made this little GIF I'm posting on Twitter, hashtag Camtasia. Just throw one in there like that, I'm like, hey, now I'm giving back. So, I kind of felt like I was stealing, but there was never anybody told, like, even if I did it, were you on the other end paying attention to it, or was it just me being nice?
So the structure helped.
Yeah, or structure would help.
Structure does help.
So in my conversation with Dan, I said, how can I give back? Because you have the evangelist program now, and therefore you do get the licensing. But some of the services that they use for Audiate cost them money, so they can't give that to us free because of that. But I said, how can I give back? I said, can I do like a splash screen at the end of my videos that made with Camtasia and Audiate? Something simple like that. And if you go into the assets, the video assets that they have some sample intros and outros that are branded with Camtasia. Like, it's plug and play. You just add that to the end. So if you're looking for a way to give back, that it's like, I made this with these tools.
I want to show him something. I want everybody in this room that's an MCT, MVP, or RD, or an evangelist for any product company to raise your hand. I think your focus group is good.
Okay.
All right, who's next?
I'll just echo that. We talk about what we love. We talk about what we don't like. The community game is strong in this room and in this industry. And this is a cross-platform conference that's just going to get bigger and bigger. And the more we can share, and TechSmith is a beautiful example because you can cross all the collaboration platforms, right, and reach all the audiences. And we talk, we evangelize, we share the good and the bad. So the more we can share and help evangelize your product, it makes our jobs better, right, and it helps build that community.
Hey, how's it going? Andreas, also a Microsoft MVP and RD. So, a few things to think about it. Make it like, give guidance to make attributions, give us the right to put a logo on whatever we do, like, not slides, maybe ask nicely to help with Camtasia or something. Like, I mean, if people do it, it's a different question, but if you have like some assets, that makes it easier. Maybe make a website where we can upload ourselves, like something where, hey, I made something cool, here, I let you use it for marketing, right? Third, think about the actual cost of giving it away. Even Audiate, right? The question is, do you actually lose business giving us to us, right? I mean, versus, would we even buy it? Personally, I wouldn't buy your stuff. I mean, I love your stuff, but I wouldn't buy it because I get away with using Clipchamp or something cheaper most of the time, right? I mean, my usage is still lightweight enough that I wouldn't be eating away into potential revenue, right? That's from a business perspective. You could also think about, like, you give away things, but to people who may only 10% of them who use it and advocate for it would actually buy it instead. Right? So you're losing only 10% of the license money.
Thank you.
And I think with some of your surveys, you ask, how often.
Hold on 1 second.
No, go for it. Thank you.
And I think that some of your surveys already ask, how often do you use some of these products? So if you see that somebody, going to use the product only once a week versus where I'm in it every day, maybe think twice about it, right? Look at the usage as well. In bundle, I
I purchased your product, I have all three, and would love the assets, but, you know, I would love to see a bundle package.
Super great feedback. Oh, one last one.
So I think going back to how we can give back to, and this is something I didn't realize happened until I got in the MVP program, but like Sherry's thing about giving attribute or putting it on Twitter, Microsoft gives us IDs, and when we post a link, we can add our ID as a query string. So you as TechSmith could track me then as I'm sharing it, as I'm putting attribution out there. If you can track that query string and say, oh, Ben, we are getting some benefit. We're getting visitors to our website from Ben because they're coming in via his ID. I think that's a nice way to, yeah, or even Jonathan just said, discount codes or products based on how much traffic we send to. If you're looking for some of that ways to track that benefit that you're giving.
You have one more comment over here.
Okay, great. So one of the things for me personally that I've ran into with snagging, because I still have like the old 2021 perpetual license, I use it daily, is a lot of times I'll annotate photos for a customer. I give them a screenshot and point, the little arrows, highlight something, blur something, you name it. The question that I always get asked, how did you do that? First thing I say, snag it. I pretty much tried to upsell that product, and it's not like a direct or trackable type of item, but it's just kind of that word of mouth. Somebody else is seeing what you're creating, and I want to do that. How do I do that? What do I have to do to do that? So, thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I love that. And did any of you know Betsy Weber when she worked at TechSmith? Now she works for Microsoft, so awesome. Though our loss. But yeah, I mean, I think, and in those early days, right, of sort of online evangelism, it was sort of like, well, the best we'll probably have is people telling people, not tracked, and we're fine with that. But, management changes, and you have different views of that, of like how, if we can't track it, how do we measure it? So this has been really helpful. Thank you for letting me focus group. I wasn't sure if we'd get there, but I got the right energy back from the room, so awesome, thank you. And, okay. I worked hard to make these stupid memes, so let's use them. Plus, it gives us a chance to, have a prize. So here's the thing. We'll spend at your table, and if you're at a really small table, you feel free to move to a bigger table, because what we want to start with is actually, before we create, get inspired. And so, humor can come from all over the place. But I think the focus for this, I think what we should do is think about these sort of collaboration and communication challenges at work, whether hybrid, remote, whatever. I think there's a lot of fertile ground for kind of humor and sarcasm there. So maybe talk a little bit about some of those pain points at your table, because some people might be like, oh, I've got an idea right away. But everyone's going to make a meme. So, but you can be very generous and share just some pain points and some ideas with each other around the table, and then I'll give you a prompt to fill it out. So basically, you just grab one of the pens or the markers, or if it's better to use a sticky note, that's cool. But just sort of write in the text. This is like the lo-fi version of the meme. So first off, just 5 minutes or so, kind of sharing some ideas about pain points, things that drive you crazy with collaboration and communication in hybrid and remote settings. So 5 minutes, well, let's say 4 minutes. Have a little discussion first at your table, just to kind of prime the pump. What are some things that drive you crazy about workplace communication? Communicating and collaborating at work with people, maybe in hybrid settings or remote settings. Things that kind of make you eye roll or laugh. I'm going to move us along. It's time to pick up the pen. If you can, everyone at the table, make your own meme. Pick one of the memes, fill it out, the template, with something that you think will make people at your table laugh. You got a couple minutes to write some text on one of those memes that you think will make people at your table laugh. Who needs more time? Raise your hand if you need more time. All right, we got at least a couple. Take another minute. If you have to go to the internet for inspiration, that's okay.
Don't even go there.
Oh, no,
All right. Now it's time to share with your table, and your table needs to send up one person who they think made the best one with their meme to the front of the room. So share what you've got and send what you think is the strongest one. All right, so here's how we're going to do this, because no one's sent anybody up yet. On the count of 3, everyone at your table point to one person who you think has the funniest one. And whoever has the most fingers pointing at them is coming up. Okay, ready? 3, 2, oh, we haven't seen them all. Okay. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Point at the person at your table that has the funniest one. That person, come on up here. Don't be shy. Bring your meme.
How did we get picked at our table to do this?
Should we pause the recording? Is that great? Come and stand right up here. And what we're going to do, because we're right up on time here, I don't want to steal any time for the next group, is as each one shares theirs, we're going to have an applause meter. Okay? And then whoever the applause meter goes for, we're going to have a first, second, and a third. I'm sweating bullets right now. Okay, go ahead and start.
All right, so we're going to leverage the screencast product in this example. So you guys know the Dos Equis guy? So he says, I could do a 30-minute meeting with a customer to explain something, like in a training situation, but I prefer to just send it with a video of a screencast.
All right, we'll let you hear all of them. So hold your applause, we'll let you hear all of them, because it's not fair otherwise, right? And then we'll do it real quick. Okay, clap a little bit for everyone. Sorry, that wasn't the applause, that was just silence. Way to go. I'm sorry, crickets.
All right, so we leverage the Bernie here. I'm once again asking, Bernie, you're on mute.
All right, well, we had three that I think were funny. I'm gonna share them all just because I'm different. Overachiever.
Bring them on. Bring up all the rest. Bring up all the rest.
The tough decisions guys, and one says reply and the other says reply all. Yes. This next one is the Drake no and the Drake yes. The Drake no. Teams meeting. So Google Meet. Yeah, that's the one.
Ooh, bold.
And then Bernie, we got Bernie. I am once again asking you to check my calendar before you schedule that meeting. Please.
All right, next up.
I'll take the meeting. Mine is taking the exit off the highway in a hurry. And I'm going to amend mine while I read it. Customer schedules meeting in Google Meet. No, or Zoom.
Shots fired.
So our team, our table over here, we went with the skeleton, quite dead on the park bench, been there for a long time. I'm a power platform architect, and we just wrote #InfoPath. And I was an avid InfoPath developer for like 10 years.
So we too had more than one, but this is mine because this is my thing. We have the Batman and Robin, like Robin being slapped, and it says, I heard SharePoint's going away. Suck it, it's all SharePoint.
All right, it's time for the applause-o-meter, and if you have more than one, you got to pick one right now that you think is the strongest work, because I only have so many prizes. So we're going to go down and say it again real quick. We'll go in reverse order. Why not? And say it again real quick, and then the applause, okay?
Punchline, suck it, it's all SharePoint.
Dead skeleton, #InfoPath.
Take the exit in a hurry. Customer scheduled the meeting in Zoom or Google Meet.
Reply all.
Bernie, you're on mute.
I could do a 30-minute meeting with the customer, but I prefer to just send them the screencast.
This is really tough. All right, we're going to say, because it's a little bit arbitrary, isn't it? Third place goes to 1, 2, 3. You know, this is a free copy of Snag and Camtasia, the latest version. And second place goes to you, Sherry. This is also, and Snagit and Camtasia with a Tumblr.
Oh,
And I think it's really hard. First place.
We're going to do dual entry so you can do it.
Oh, Teresa. I think they did like it. That was the full package. So I did get permission to give away a few of the full bundle. So it's everything Audiate and Assets and Camtasia and Snag. It's just more complicated to read. So thank you. Thanks for playing. Thank you all. Everybody should definitely take a sticker because you're all awesome. Thank you for playing along. I've had a great lunch and we use it all the time. Who's next?
Thank you for getting
girls introduce themselves, and pull up my questions because I didn't get those either. So Joy and I don't know if anybody knows this, but we've been running around a lot of places together, spreading the love of women in technology. And we also participate with Lori Pottmeyer Women in Teams. We're really just trying to stand up for the voices for women in the tech industry. I've been in tech for a long time, and I always joke like it was me and 30 dudes, right? I was the one girl in the room. And I love it. I love what I did. But we like to do these panels because I think it's really nice to give a voice to this and let people talk about it. So as you guys have questions, please feel free to raise your hands. If you got something to say, that's fine. But basically, we're just going to do a panel where I'm going to ask some questions. We're going to talk about ourselves. We're going to talk about stuff. And then we're going to try to participate with you guys throughout that. Okay? You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Are we doing origin stories too? Just knock out one
Yeah, no, go
as we
ahead.
go?
Yeah, go ahead. That sounds
Okay,
good.
beautiful. Yes, I'm a Marvel fan. So origin stories. My name is Joy Apple. I have been in the Microsoft space for 16 years now. I am absolutely an accidental IT professional. 100%. I've only known one person that when they grew up they wanted to do SharePoint, right? And she was raised by a SharePoint MVP. So, right, that makes sense. But totally stumbled into it. I was actually in the financial industry, and a gentleman by the name of Benjamin Curry asked me if I could help copy edit some chapters for the Microsoft Office SharePoint Server 2007 Administrator's Pocket Consultant. Woo! I'm lost, right? So I helped with some chapters in English and punctuation and did all that stuff. And I was like, this is really cool. I want to know more about this. I was already kind of a self-taught nerd, and I pushed buttons for fun and whatever. So for training, I got set, or for reimbursement, for remuneration, or whatever you want to call it. Writing books doesn't pay a lot, so I got sent to training, and I got to learn this thing called SharePoint. Within a year, less than that, I got a help desk job. That was my first official IT job. Where are my help desk, service desk people? Yes, it's amazing. Within a year of that, I was a junior SharePoint farm admin. 2 years from my first SharePoint training, I was the farm admin. And just decided I liked people more than just the machines, so started doing training, the consulting, and all the things. Yeah, that's my story. This is the most exciting time to be in our space. I really believe it. Just the amazing advancements that seem to happen every day. I love it. Wouldn't be anywhere else.
I am Angela Jones, and I also, somewhat accidental, fell into the IT space, but it was my, second, third career that happened, and I started down a path of retail and did that for quite a few years, and then I actually got out and I went into IT recruiting, and so I did that for a while. And so I was a little adjacent, but I was like super into it. I wanted to know what everybody did. I wanted to understand everything. And so I started getting involved in local groups around the city just so I could like work with other technical professionals. And I was just very much into it. But my path even in recruiting and retail, I always just learned the software that we used, which was all kinds of different softwares. And I became the trainer at all the companies I worked for. Like everybody would have to come through me, I would train them. I got to the point on some of the POS systems I worked on, I didn't call tech support. I knew how to like work on it myself and fix it before I even called them, like I knew how to reset. So I kind of felt good about my technical skills then. But just getting involved in the local groups that I did, that's where I actually met Sharon. And so, we kind of became friends for a few years professionally. We saw each other outside of some of the events. And so when she was, building her business up and hiring on, I asked her if she would take a chance on me and bring me in to train me, which I'm lucky that she did. So here I am now. I do not have the wealth of experience in the technical space and the depth that these two have, but I've been almost 4 years now actually doing like technical work, being a consultant, And I feel like I kind of lend myself a little bit more on the business side, but understanding the technical side, and just really being that translator. I think kind of the fun fact about me is I was kind of nerdy and really into tech stuff, you know, in high school and then really getting into college. So I wanted to go into IT, and I was young and I went to a technical institute and got interviewed by an advisor and was, you know, I wanted to come here. And at that point, like, science and math was my thing, like very much my thing. That was like the path I went down. And I got interviewed by this gentleman, and he told me that he did not think it was the path for me. So I'm like young, like bright-eyed, oh my gosh, he just told me it's not for me then. He knows I don't. So I went down a business path, went a totally different path. So the fact now that it's like full circle, some years later, I won't give that number, that I'm actually in the IT space is, you know, that was like full circle for me, that I didn't get to have that opportunity, where I could have had some of the experiences these ladies have had, but it's still lent me to this area, and it's really from my local community that I was able to get involved and get to the position that I am today.
So I'm Sharon Weaver. I mentioned before I'm an RD, MCT, MVP, Six Sigma Black Belt, Certified BA, blah, 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 right?
All the things.
All the things. I like collecting titles, I guess. So I love everybody's story. It's, you know, I feel like everybody trips and falls into IT. It's hilarious. I was a nerdy kid. I wrote my first program in BASIC at 10. My mom had a Commodore 64. She brought it home. I figured out how to make it work. Figured out how to write things. And so I've been programming from the time I can remember. Computers were introduced to me about 9 or 10 years old, and I'm like, heck yeah, I can make this thing work. So I've been in computers forever. When I was 18, much like Angela, I had somebody tell me IT and tech is for boys. Because I was loving it, I was writing things, I was doing things, and somebody advised me the same way. And they basically said, oh, tech's for boys, you wouldn't like that. And I was like, oh. So think about this, guys. 2 out of 3 people just said that, right? So think about when you're talking to these impressionable, younger people about what they're going to do for a living. Things like that stick, all right? So I was like, okay, well, I can't do tech. What am I going to do? So I went pre-med. It's like, I'm going to be a doctor. If you won't let me be in tech, I'll be a doctor. And so I started pre-med. I have a degree in developmental psychology. I worked in pharmacy for 7 years. And I was going to be a doctor. I really was. Small thing, I was the one in the pharmacy that was always fixing the software. Because when I went in pharmacy, we were still using typewriters. They brought in this thing called a mainframe something or other. And then they brought in printers. And then they brought in satellites. And then they brought in computers and the internet. And I was like, wow, this is kind of fun. So I'm doing this in the pharmacy. And I decided at some point that living on a pharmacy tech salary is not going to pay for med school. And so I go take this digital program at the local community college because I'm like, I got to do something that's going to make more money while I go to med school. So I take this program to learn about digital interactive media. Kiosks, guys, it's kiosks. So I start working on kiosks, and a couple weeks in the program, my instructor comes in and says, we've got a new thing to add to the program. And I was like, okay. It's like, there's this brand new thing called the internet. And we're going to make these things called web pages. So I made some of the first web pages, some of the first websites. In fact, my claim to fame is that I made Andy Williams' first website. And he sure did call me to tell me how awesome he liked it. I know, some of you guys older people know who Andy Williams is. So anyways, so I did that. And then I took this kind of mix of the things, and I'm like, they're paying me a lot of money. I told my husband, I don't know, man. Maybe I don't need to go to med school. And so I'm doing this for a little while, and I find out I could just do this. And so then I get a job working in pharmaceutical software, which was a perfect fit. And from there, it just kept going. And so I've been in tech for almost 30 years, which apparently is odd for a girl. I'm one of the few women who have stuck around. Less than 50% of women after the age of 35 stay in technology, for the less than 20% of us that even got in the first place. right? So I'm an enigma and a weirdo. So anyways, that's my story. All right.
What's our questions?
We have questions. Okay.
So many questions.
So these are just really conversation starters. I just put a few things together that I think are helpful for us to think through. But if you guys have questions or feedback or want to participate, just let us know. But I'm going to ask these girls, we're going to talk about this. So I'm going to dive straight in.
Ooh, do it.
What do you guys think is the biggest challenge that women in tech face right now?
So I think probably the biggest challenge is finding a mentor. And so I think that could be a couple reasons. It's where do I find someone? We're working in a virtual world. And so, you know, is it someone at my company? Is it someone somewhere else? Like, how do I find that person? And then it's also, a lot of people don't self-identify themselves as a mentor. They don't realize that they can, you know, help someone else. And whether it be from a state of it's just similar background, similar industry, similar jobs, or it's just professionally how I can help you grow in your role or help you have tough conversations. Like, it doesn't have to be any kind of way. And sometimes it could be a generational thing. Like, we speak different languages, you know, in different generations of how can we get each other to understand, you know, how we communicate differently and how to communicate better in a professional setting. So I think finding those mentorships, you know, whether it be with women or whether it be with men, I think is hard to do in our virtual world. And so I just think getting out, finding those networking groups, but really asking around to others, because a lot of times it's about who you know. So really just being able to ask those questions and putting yourself out there when you feel like you're in a place where you're like, I need to ask someone a question. It's not anybody I work with, or it's something I need to discuss, and I don't have that person. Like, where can you go find that person? So I would say that's probably the biggest thing.
I have thoughts. And I'll add on to that, and then I have a different thought as well. But also, even if you take the virtual aspect of it out, traditionally, upper management or organizations will typically be male, especially in an IT environment. So it's easy for an older male boss to take the young guy out and go have a drink or go do a thing, and it's mentoring, and it's time, and it's great, and it's awesome, and they can do that. But what if he takes the 27-year-old female out after work? That looks very different. And I even heard it, right? That looks very different. And sometimes it's just the fact that it looks different is the blocker right there. So that's definitely a challenge. There's legit reasons why that's a challenge. There's some not so legit reasons that's a challenge. But most, not all, but most of my bosses in my IT career have been male. Not been able to have that one-on-one mentorship for those reasons. Can we work past that? Yes, I think absolutely. And I think the virtual world can help work through that too, because nobody's husband or wife or the people in the department and the company going, oh, really? Right? It can kind of help through that. My other thought is, as a challenge for helping women in IT, I hope this doesn't come off as controversial. Things have been done poorly in the past. I have a really good book that I read, now I'm totally blanking author's name. It wasn't Michael Scott, but the book's called That's What She Said. Okay. It's a great book about how it's better when men and women work together because we solve problems differently. We have different perspectives. So everyone at the table just makes the solutions that much better. But my husband saw it and go, oh, a man-bashing book. Because there's been so much male bashing to try to help women get better. So obviously, well, we're gonna raise this one up, let's tear that one down. And I think starting in the 80s and the 90s into the 2000s, I think some things were done poorly. So now when we start having the conversation, the people that have been hurt, that were pushed down go, oh, it's gonna be one of those programs. Right? And I think that's the worst thing it could be. We see a lot of women in teams. Women in teams is for all humans of IT. It's for everyone to come to the table. But it's nice to be there with a group of women because there's that common bond there that isn't necessarily as visible in the tech industry. So that's my 3 cents worth.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of follow on with that. I think one of the biggest challenges in technology right now is that women work differently than men. And I think there is a misunderstanding by both sides. I think women think they need to work the way that men work, and I think that men think that women need to work the way men work. And I think that when we can get to the point that both sides understand that women think and work differently and have different responsibilities and different ways of doing things, and that, you know, everybody can win when we just all work together, I think that will help. But I think the biggest challenge we're facing right now, last year when women were polled, the number one issue that women really cited was the fact that they have family care in addition to a full-time job. And that it's not that men don't, but that women tend to bear the brunt of that responsibility still. And so they require more flexibility for taking kids to the doctor and going to a school event and things like that. And then often that is the demise of their career ever progressing. And so I think it's really understanding that we just have different needs. And I think that's the biggest challenge we have. Does anybody have any other challenges we haven't brought up? I like to ask this question when we're in a room, especially if there's women. Pay disparity. Pay disparity? Yeah. So for challenges, so there still is definitely a pay disparity. I don't know what the latest stats are, but I mean, overall, I want to say we're still 80% to 100% on pay. And I think a lot of that is, especially women who've been in for a long time, have stayed lower, and even as they're getting raises, you know, the men are just already kind of a little bit ahead of them. So I think that's a big challenge. And I think part of that also stems from the fact that women tend to be less confrontational in general, and so they tend to not negotiate as much. And so there is that pay disparity that still exists. Does anybody else have any challenges? It's all right, you don't have to talk about them. I just like bringing them up because I think sometimes just bringing a voice to the room like allows people to understand, yeah, this is still here.
Well, were you looking at the next question? So yeah, still on that topic, in the That's What She Said book that I read, it does in, what's the Women in Tech book? What's her name? Which one? It's Women in Tech. But it talks about, that's one of the areas where mentorship can help women. Most males will look at job requisition and go, I hit 30% of that, I'm gonna go for it. Most females will go, oh, I'm not 100%, there's no way I'll qualify for that. And it's not wrong, right? It's just the different ways we think about things. Women we get an offer and we go, oh, that's great, thank you very much. Whereas men go, that's a great first step. Let's talk about it, right? Probably back to the confrontational. So having those conversations, I'm gonna use the word empowering women to go, you can negotiate. Absolutely, that is a great first offer. Let's talk about it, right? Because you know that that offer has room to move, but we tend to not push that. Yeah, lots of different areas there.
Oh, I see a hand.
Yep. Want me to walk up?
Yeah, sure.
So a little bit talking about proxy. So married to a researcher wife, she has similar challenges that you all have. So one thing they did at Mayo, because visually often females are not associated visually as being leaders. So they actually put the role of the person on the name tag, like doctor, nurse, whatever it is. So the position is visible. So it gives them authority when they speak, right? Without them needing to. That's the flip side of it. If a man is giving an order, is considered, oh, he's a leader. If a woman says like, oh, like she's a bee, right? So that's huh?
Bossy.
Bossy, yeah. So she's a bossy, yeah. So without using that language, so that's also what she faces in her role. Like being a leader as a woman is always like this tippy toe of being nice and cutesy, but not being confident. So.
Oh no, that's thank you.
Oh, Natalie's got something. Is there online? Awesome.
So the comment is mentoring coworkers should
That's great.
That's
Not
very
at the
good.
golf course or the fishing boat.
Why not both?
Why not?
I want to go to the golf course in the boat.
I want to add to that though, on the mentoring, I think you should strive for more than one type of mentor. And I want to also say, just because you're a mentor doesn't mean that you don't need a mentor as well. We should always be striving
That's
for
true.
learning and bettering ourselves.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat that. So what Mickey's saying is you should always be a mentor and a mentee. So we should always be learning and growing from each other, and we should always be passing that knowledge on to somebody else. I very much believe in that.
At all levels, you have something to provide to someone else.
100%.
And truthfully, just because there are not a ton of women mentors out there doesn't mean you shouldn't have a mentor. I mean, almost all of my mentors have been male, and that's totally fine. It's made me who I am. So I'm not knocking that at all. We just, when we talk about challenges, there are just not as many women in this space to mentor. So be a mentor, but also be mentored. Yes, Sherry.
My issue is like we pull diversity in tech, we put women in that category too, and I don't think they should be combined because we still have a lack of women in tech, and very different than cultures, nationalities, whatever, right? I would love to mentor some younger women because I want the same chance, and I want to give somebody else the same chance as somebody to me. And I don't want to work this hard the rest of my life. I want to bask in the sun on the Amen. Yeah. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of stuff that I would love to help somebody who's new, just like you had. You have several people in the kind of that you said who hasn't before. And I think we all need to kind of look at that. Can we replace ourselves?
Yeah. So yeah, Sherry's comments definitely, a call to get out there and to help find those women who are looking for somebody to support them and help them with that too.
I'll just add, and I'll try to speak loudly. I've reached out to several women to be my mentor because I do have like several men as my mentors. The women shut me down, which I found interesting.
That's a confidence thing.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good comment. So yeah, Teresa's saying, she's reached out to women as a mentor and has not gotten the support there. And I think first of all, the numbers, right? There's just less. Second of all, they do tend to have a heavier workload in general, like just, more things going on. And then last, I do think there's a lack of confidence of being able to do that or wanting to do that.
It came across with the last two, because like within the last year and a half, it's like they felt threatened, or I was the
We're still learning.
competition.
We're still learning.
We're in competition. It came off in that sense versus learning from each other, right?
Right.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good point. In the past, I think one of the big things is that there has been so few women in tech that we tend to fight amongst each other. And I'm not gonna lie, coming up, like it was definitely like that. It wasn't great, and we are just now learning how to, straighten each other's crowns, right?
Yes.
And lift each other's up. All right, so I'm going to move on to the next thing. I think it's great. Like, I just think, you need to bring a voice to this. So, don't be embarrassed to talk about it. Don't, feel like you can't bring it up in the community. I just think it's something that needs to be talked about is what are we facing and how can we solve those problems?
Yep.
And so to that, I would really like for each of us to talk about what is something big that you have personally accomplished this year in the technology space that you really are this was a huge win, and how do you think it really changed you? What something that's been a really, really neat thing for you that you've accomplished, that you maybe just something you want to talk about that is exciting personally.
Brag about yourselves, it's okay.
I want you guys to see this because this is how women are, right? Women are like, ooh, I don't know, did I do anything? Okay, let's try this a different way. Okay.
So 2 things. I did start a new role in November of last year. One of the things I needed to do, so I've been in SharePoint for 16 years, right, which morphed into other things.
Is that it?
Hush. And for me, I was like, can this brain learn something net new in a very short period of time. Because to me, the last 16 years is just building on that skill set. Yes, teams came in, but Sherry, right, it's all still SharePoint. The collaboration concepts are still there, right? The modern work built on these things we've been doing for decades. So it's like, can I come in and learn this net new software and be able to get out there and go quickly? Guess what, I could. But I was worried that my little brain was past the point of learning net new in a short amount of time. But I was very pleased I was able to do that. And at the same time, not in the technical world, but I was picked up by a local regional magazine called She is Tulsa. And so we're quarterly, digital magazine, and I write an article called Joy 365. Pun absolutely intended, right? But it's about being a professional woman, a wife, a traveler, and all the things, and just life. So that's been a lot of fun. In fact, tomorrow night we'll be at our 3rd issue drop gala. So I'm going to go on no sleep after 8 hours of air travel. It's going to be great. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Your turn.
Yeah, there's like, I don't know, when you think of so many things, you're like, is that an accomplishment? Is that an achievement? Like you second guess stuff. But on the mentorship path, I actually signed up to be a mentor. Yes. And so, but in thinking of it at first, like, you double check, could I be a mentor? Like, I have a lot of professional experience in different areas, but I actually took on a mentee who's in the tech space, and I'm super excited about that. So, I feel like for me, I'm still learning, and I'm surrounded by a lot of community women that I have learned from that have, mentored me. So to be able to give back to that, I feel like that's, a big thing that I'm, for the next year taking on, just that, being able to give back to that. So that's what I would say is mine.
I'm sitting here doing the same thing, like racking my brain. What have I done? I think for me, one of the biggest accomplishments that I feel really proud of is, and Angela's been a big part of this. We've been working real hard. As we've been growing this business, one of the things for us to be able to be successful, sustainable, and grow is that Sharon can't be the product. And while I want to be there and I want to be supportive, there's this maturity point where a business owner and a leader has to step back and let their team shine. And this year, we have a previous client that put an RFP out, and we brought it in, and we shorted Sell That Puppy, and it's huge, and it's amazing, and we get to do Power Pages. It's a Power Pages project. And I am technically nowhere on the delivery.
I am. Well done.
So I think, one of the big things to think about in accomplishments is that, sometimes as women in still a male-dominated industry, we don't think about the things that we do as valuable, but they do. They make a difference, right? They're things that we do. Okay, so I know we got a little bit of time left. We got a little bit of time left.
Yes.
Enjoy the journey.
Yes.
Because for me, when I started off, I didn't enjoy the journey. And at some point I had to stop and say, you're going to have bumps, twists and turns, meltdowns, all the above. But somewhere you got to enjoy the journey. You have to do it from the start, middle, and end.
That's exciting. Yes.
So real quickly on that note of you not being the product, for those of you who don't know, Sharon and I did 6 SharePoint Saturday Kansas Cities. We did CloudCon 2022 in Kansas City, and this is our first CloudCon in Orlando. And Sharon has a team, so you may have noticed Nathalie running around and helping with everything, and Dylan out at the registration table, and Angela's been instrumental in all of this production, in addition to everyone. I don't want to take away from any of the men who are on the product on the team, but I just want to make sure that they get a shout out too. So they've been instrumental in getting all of this put together, so that Sharon doesn't have to run the whole entire thing and be running around while also being on the stage and everything.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. All right, so I'm gonna wordsmith this just a little bit because I'm gonna combine a couple questions. So, what do you think right now with women coming into technology? Like, do you think it's growing? Do you think it's going down? And if so, why? Because I'd kind of like to talk about this next generation that's coming in. And I have mixed thoughts. You ask me kind of different days, I'll have different answers. But there's a lot going on, and there's a whole new generation coming in. But what do you think about this new generation that's coming in? And I can talk for a second what you guys think, because I have some ideas. So one of the things that I've noticed about the generation that's coming in is they are definitely more authentically them.
Yes.
I think part of that stems from a culture that is allowing them to be more authentic and more genuine. They are also a culture that is really open to sharing because they've got social media, because they are very tech savvy, right? So tech is part of who they are day to day. So I don't think it's a boy thing anymore. I think tech is an everybody thing. And I don't think tech is all about development anymore. I think people are developers, but I think that is one piece of it, whereas in the past, I think tech and development kind of went hand in hand, but I think tech is everybody now. And so what I'm seeing is this whole new generation of coming in. I mentor these younger girls, and it's really funny to me, because I ask these questions, and I say, are you having these challenges? And they're like, not really. And that is hopeful for me, because that means that the next generation that's coming in, at least, doesn't have some of the bias, I think, that we had coming in. So I think it's growing, I think it's exciting, and I think that the group that's coming in is going to change the landscape for the way that we do things.
100%. So many thoughts, and I agree. You asked me the question today, I'm going to give you an answer. Next week it might look a little different. If we're going to go on the concept of perception is reality, from my perception, I say it is getting better. Selfishly, it's kind of nice that big conferences did not have a line for the bathroom. Woo! But it's like the only time there's not one. But I see more and more rooms that are more evenly split, male and female, at tech conferences, and I love that. The company I work for, Orchestry, the leadership were mostly female. Third-party software company, right? That's pretty darn groovy. So I see that, and I love it. Numbers don't lie, though. Like you said, there is a point where women do tend to leave the workforce. And I'm of two minds of that. If that's because that's where their heart is, rock on. If it's because they feel they don't have another option, we need to start having conversations about that and addressing that. I would say it's getting better. I used to show up I showed up on a client site once about 8 years ago. It's hilarious. I get there and it says, oh, you're Jay? I said, no, I'm Joy. So, oh, I thought that was a typo. Not a typo. I know my name. Thank you. Right? It just shocked that the strategist coming to help with their intranet deployment was female. Okay, that's fine. We had a great time. I think partly because they were so embarrassed. As well they should have been. If you're watching, you know who you are. But, I mean, it went great. The project was phenomenal. That's not, okay, that's really only happened the one time, but things like that happen less and less. When I was on the help desk, you would show up and I'd be like, I would have my binder of CDs and go, hey, I'm here to install Office 7. And they're like, you're in IT? Sure am. Can you leave now so I can do this and come back in an hour? Right? That doesn't happen so much. That's a good thing. And I see more and more representation. And I think that's a lovely, lovely thing. And I'm very excited for the future. I have a new employee for my product support specialist. She is a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed 25-year-old. Gen Z, and I learn a lot from her. I learn a lot about authenticity from her, sure do. Though there are sometimes it's like, maybe don't share that at the all hands meeting. maybe don't. Come to me, baby. It's okay. She's amazing. She's tenacious. She's very upfront. She is very honest, and she's very bold in a way that my first 6 months, year to company, I wouldn't open my mouth that way. She slays every day, and it's awesome. So I do think we have a lot to learn both ways, and I do think it's getting better. But I think we have to always be mindful to make sure every single person feels there is a place at the table for them, and that voice is there to be heard.
Well, since you kind of spoke about like conferences and seeing that, I'm just gonna go even kind of more into what I've seen it popping into some of the education space and just seeing what the levels are. So I'm seeing, you know, maybe in some of the tech classes, or just watching on LinkedIn and seeing badges come up and certifications come up. And so I'm seeing, you know, more and more women post that type of stuff and getting into some of those programs, and you know, whether it be a coding or project management, whatever path that might be. So seeing more of that. So I definitely think it's expanding for sure.
Will you grab me that box of goodies back in the corner that I totally forgot to bring up here? Thank you.
Can I say one more thing? This is maybe adjacent to that too, but I will say this. I have noticed women tend to excuse their skills more. And I think maybe that's something that we could work on. Pros, cons, not saying good or bad, but I do tend to hear from women more, oh, but I'm not technical. I'm not that technical. I'm not as technical. I'm not, and it's like, whoa, 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 own your superpower. You're here. If you're translating tech talk to the business, rock on. That's extremely valuable. You know, so I think own your skills. If you are here in this room, male, female, really doesn't matter. And you've got that imposter syndrome voice in your head going, well, I'm not as technical as them. Tell that voice to hush, because you're in the room for a reason.
All right, so we got a couple minutes left. I definitely want to let the floor open just for a couple minutes and see if anybody has any questions. Also, I have goodies, so whoever asks questions can have goodies, and then other people can have goodies too, because I like to give goodies to everybody. Because I'm very inclusive. But I'm going to give us 5 minutes of passing the mic around. So if anybody wants to come up and ask a question, the floor is open. The three of us are happy to answer pretty much anything. So if you guys have any specific questions for us or for women in tech, no math problems. Joyce says no math problems. We'd be happy to answer them. So who's first? I've got stuff. Come on,
Yeah,
you want it.
Here we go. Yay!
I like stuff.
Yeah.
She's like, wait, I want to look at
Hello.
stuff first.
Yeah, I like goodies. What is the best piece of advice you've ever received?
If the goal doesn't seem scary, it's not big enough. Let it scare you. It's okay. That means you're going to grow a lot. And guess what? If you don't make it, you've got a lot further than if you'd never tried. What you got?
Learn how to say no.
Oh my gosh. No.
Yes, anybody that likes to take on everything and doesn't have all the hours in the day, learn when to say no.
That's good. That's very good.
All right, who else has got a question? Yeah, get a goodie.
Tell people what you got.
So up here we have motivational little bracelets. We have notepads that have motivational sayings on them, and we have a couple. Do you have any more left? I don't know.
Yes.
We've got nail decals that have teams. Teams logo nail decals.
Hi. So, what advice would you have for a woman in midlife who maybe is going back to career after being a stay-at-home mom or something, who wants to get into the tech space?
Or even transitioning from a different
Yes,
position
or
into
transitioning
tech
for
or
something else, absolutely.
No, I think that's a great question. In fact, I'm on a ton of discussion boards around this. I try to answer as many people as I can possibly answer in a day. I think for anybody that's coming into this field, but specifically women, get into anything you can. So like ask around. A lot of times I think people think that if they get a low-level, low-paying job in tech, like they're going to be trapped there forever. And the unfortunate rule in technology is you don't have experience. You have to have experience, but you can't get experience, right? So it's this chicken and egg thing. So what I've been working with a lot of women on is coming in and having them do either some kind of shadow work or part-time work or something like that just to get them into the industry. So ask around. I mean, be bold, right? Ask around, take certifications. I will send links to anybody who asks me. So I'll send them all the training and all the things I can. And then really just go look for any job in tech. Like legit, anything you can get. Like if you're like, I am remotely qualified, like put in for it. Guess what? There are more jobs than there are people. So at the end of the day, like you've got a high chance of getting in. And if it's low level, all you gotta do is get your foot in the door. And once you got your foot in the door, you're in the industry. And from that point on, you can grow.
Yeah, what she said. And if you're not in the women in teams community, that would be a great place. We had a really good idea to have the QR codes to be easy to scan, but guess what we did not implement? Having the QR code to scan.
It's AKA MSW, Women in Teams, isn't it?
Could be.
I think it's AKA.MS Women in Teams.
We'll check. Find
We'll
us.
post it on the CollabCon website somewhere.
Yes.
I promise. We'll get it out somewhere. But yeah, just if you just Google Women in Teams, you'll find us. Do you have a question? Yeah.
I'm only here for the nail decal, so I'll ask the question. So I have heard the word tech adjacent. I've been polar opposite of tech. Anywhere tech was happening, I was running the other way. Fix it. Just let me know when to type. That's all I cared about. I am 52 years old, and I've been working with Sharon for 2.5 weeks. I am learning your language, and it is a very special space. But I have to tell you, the community that I'm seeing is very eye-opening. I have a very different business background. I come from higher education. Everything is just very different. I do like the inclusivity of everyone in this room being aware of women in tech. As somebody who came from higher education, that is the hard part to get women involved, young ladies. So my question is, if in your own businesses, there's a mentorship program at your local college or university, or even a high school, not just in this community, but in your own communities, what are you doing to help foster that growth in this industry? And I want my nail decals.
Yeah, take it. I know we've only got a couple minutes left, so we're going to answer this one and we're going to be done. But if anybody wants to come up and have some of the motivational swag, we've got some more nail decals in the back if you don't get one. Let us know and come on up and grab one. So I'll just say real quick, I've been mentoring. The whole time I've been in tech, I've been mentoring. I typically have several people that I'm mentoring on a regular basis. You go to pretty much any conference, you participate in pretty much any community organization, there's probably somebody there that I've mentored at some point. I'm getting to the point that literally I trip over them everywhere, which is great, because that was the whole point, right? My whole point was to get more women in tech and give them that opportunity and open the door for them that nobody was doing it. And so that's what I do.
Sharon, can I also add others that are not as accessible into the tech industry? A lot of people don't grow up with internet. So not just women, but those that don't have those opportunities.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going to say I'm working on it. I've been very, very tech focused, and I'm one of those people, I don't see myself as a qualified mentor material.
Get over it.
Get over yourself. This is a safe space. Don't attack me. But I'm wanting to use my blogging and my writing to reach out to people, regardless of what path they want to be on. Just that you can have the balance, you can do the things You know, my first article I wrote, I talked about having guilt for traveling, because that meant I wasn't home. We had a 4-week-in-a-row stunt. And it was pretty darn awesome. I carried a lot of guilt for that. And like in my article, I flat out said, anybody else ever feel guilt for, you know, doing your job and then taking a little bit of time for yourself? Right? I mean, it's the thing. So I'm hoping that by writing and being more public about that, going, you know, with She is Tulsa, we have rodeo queens, we have stay-at-home moms, we have architects, we have IT security people, we have got everything. And we're all facing those common struggles. So I'm hoping to reach out through that.
1 minute, you got 1 minute.
1 minute, girl.
Well, I personally am involved in a local nonprofit group that is not necessarily in this community. So I feel like that kind of pulls in some different areas. Also for me, I'd signed up, but it got pushed back to a different date at one point for a local high school that always have like, come and talk about your career and how you got into it and talk to all the kids. So there's always, every school has those. And they're always looking, I mean, at least in the community I'm from, and it's, I would say it's in a lower income area of the school that I went to. They're always looking for women to come up and talk about that. So I think that's always a good space to get involved.
I love that.
Yep.
So last thoughts, if you are in this industry, I don't care what your, you know, gender or background or culture or age or anything is, give back. Find somebody. Look for somebody who's new. Look for somebody who's interested. Watch those places where people are asking the questions. Befriend them and just be like, how can I help you, right? Give that back to them. I think that's going to make the biggest difference.
Women in Tech, Tara Wheeler.
Women in Tech, Tara Wheeler. Joyce says, Women in
Read the
Tech,
book.
Tara Wheeler. All right.
Read the book.
So we're going to head to the next session. Thank you guys for sticking around. Please come up and have some swag.
Yes.
And have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We're going to get started with the next session. Well, you good luck with yours. So welcome to my session on Microsoft Teams security and governance. I call this session From Chaos to Collaboration, Safe, Secure, and Governed Microsoft Teams Meetings and Collaboration Spaces. In this session, we're going to talk a little bit about common tips, best practices for conducting safe and secure meetings and for securing your collaboration spaces and teams. So they've asked me to stay here in front of the podium just so that we can get the audio right. So I'm going to stick around here, but I may point some stuff up on the slides as well. We saw especially with the pandemic, we saw, as you would have heard this in the opening panel this morning, an explosion of the use of Microsoft Teams. Right? Teams is everywhere now. With the pandemic, in consulting, we like to say never waste a good crisis, and certainly Microsoft didn't. We saw massive adoption of Teams everywhere, people starting to use it and finding new ways to use it, creating teams for lots of different purposes, whether they were for some initiative within an organization, whether they were for departments to store and manage, ongoing information and communications for their department, or whether they're for projects or other reasons for creating a team. We saw an explosion of the creation of teams, especially in customers that I work with. And a lot of organizations are not really cleaning that up, or they are struggling with how to clean that up, or whether they should clean that up. My own company, so I'm managing director with Protiviti. Protiviti is a global consulting firm. We're about 9,000 consultants globally, and I lead the technology consulting practice across Canada. Our M365 environment has 40,000 teams within it. They are not necessarily looking to clean it up, and maybe they don't need to, right? It is a big question to address, whether you do need to clean that up or whether you let it kind of organically grow and manage. And there are some built-in policies and capabilities for controlling that and managing that, which we're going to look at today. I'm a 12-time Microsoft MVP in Microsoft Apps and Services. I spend a lot of time in the community talking about topics on security, governance, and compliance. So I do a lot of work with Microsoft Defender, all the Defenders, and Microsoft Purview as well. Azure AD security capabilities also. And a lot of those capabilities do kind of transfer over to Microsoft Teams and how you would control meetings, how you would control the creation of teams and the management of teams. So I'm going to share with you some of the best practices that we have shared with customers and some of what we do to manage our environment internally as well. I'm also an organizer of the Microsoft 365 Ottawa event, which is coming up September 29th. I have a podcast with 2 other MVPs called M365 Voice, and I have a fairly active blog, Antonio365.com. So please do reach out if you do want to connect. I'm happy to connect and continue the conversation after this. So like we talked about just a moment ago, we have seen a massive explosion of the use of Microsoft Teams. And some of our customers are asking us, how do we clean up that environment? Because like I said, teams were created for lots of different purposes. People are using meetings and running meetings in lots of different ways. Some of the things I'm going to share with you are common sense. Some are very simple, but I find it's helpful to remind ourselves that we have these capabilities to help us have safe and secure meetings, have safe and secure and well-governed collaboration spaces. When we look at collaboration spaces, we think about, conversations that we have, and those are conversations in context of the team, files that we store, apps and data that we integrate into our team. And I include data there, not just apps, because I think Microsoft Loop is, data that we're integrating into conversations, into teams, and we're just figuring out how do we use Loop and how does that integrate into our day-to-day collaboration scenarios. There's meetings, there's one-to-one and one-to-many chats. We have internal and external chats, and we also have live events and webinar and Teams. We use it heavily all day, every single day. I'm in Teams every single day. And a lot of organizations don't think about, what about the security of Teams? What about the governance of Teams? And there are lots of built-in capabilities for that. So let's take a look at some of those. I've kind of categorized them in 2 different ways. I'm first going to look at common tips and best practices for Teams meetings, and then we're going to look at collaboration spaces. Okay, so if we talk about how we secure Teams meetings, I've got kind of 8 different tips I'm going to go through. And again, a lot of these are very simple, but they're not things that people think about often. The first is pre-meeting options. So this is when you're booking a meeting. You're the organizer of that meeting. You can configure various options to control how the meeting is run, right? So we think about things like the lobby within a team and choosing who can bypass the lobby, who can get into the meeting right away, or who has to wait in the lobby. You remember we used to run into scenarios where if you organized a meeting, an online meeting, and the organizer was late, and the organizer was the only person that could start the meeting, right? People couldn't bypass the lobby. You'd end up with everyone in a lobby until the organizer joined, and sometimes the organizer never joined, and that kind of ruined the meeting. So I still think back to those days, and there are options here for choosing who can bypass the lobby. Often we set this to people in the organization can bypass the lobby, people outside the organization have to wait in the lobby until they're let in. That's kind of a common configuration for this setting, but it's a useful one. Some of these settings can be set by the organizer of the meeting. Some can be set through policy that a Teams admin controls and sets, right, within the Teams admin center. You can also choose co-organizers. So you don't just have to have one organizer, you can have multiple people that can actually be an organizer of the team and actually configure various aspects of the team. Now, the co-organizer cannot change anything about the meeting until they're actually in the meeting, until it's started. But once the meeting is started, and I'll show you some of those settings in just a second, the co-organizer can help you to adjust various settings for the meeting that help to avoid disruptions and help to control who can present and how content is shared. Another common setting we see, and this is primarily for larger meetings, is controlling who can enable their mic and who can enable their camera. The camera tends to be something that we see people disable in public sector. So in government, there's various concerns sometimes about people showing their camera or not, or feeling required to show their camera or not wanting to show their camera. So with some of our public sector clients, we often see them turn this off in meetings so that attendees cannot turn on the camera. Mic is usually something that is controlled unless someone is being disruptive or unless you have a very well-structured meeting where a person is running the meeting and you kind of put up your hand and then someone enables the mic for them, they speak their bit, you disable the mic for them. So sometimes in very well-structured meetings like that, especially where you have a large audience, controlling the mic can be very handy as well. And there's various other settings here like controlling Q&A, who can access the chat. Sometimes sharing information in chat is limited to just the people within an organization. And external guests cannot access the chat or cannot add to the chat. So that's also a setting to think about. As part of this, you can also control who can present within a meeting. This is also a really useful pre-meeting setting where you can choose perhaps everyone can present within a meeting, but other times you want to control just certain people can act as presenters. Now, you can set this in the pre-meeting option, so the organizer can set this when they're booking a meeting, or even after they've booked it right before the meeting occurs. But then once you're in a meeting, you have in-meeting options, which you can select by going to the participants, selecting ... beside a user's name, and then making them a presenter. You're kind of promoting them to be a presenter. This is often something that a co-organizer of a meeting can help you to do. Sometimes the organizer is a person who is presenting, and therefore they can't see someone raising their hand or someone asking a question. So sometimes you have a co-organizer who can go in and help you to promote someone to a presenter. So these in-meeting options are extremely useful. And again, here as well, you can do things like disabling the mic, disabling the camera. Now, we used to need to disable the mic quite often, especially if someone was in a noisy area, right? But recently, I think in the last year or so, the Teams capability, built-in capability for eliminating background noise has gotten amazing, right? You can have a dog barking in the background, you can have other noise around you or construction, and that doesn't come through on the audio anymore. Just someone speaking comes through on the audio. So I have found that the need for disabling the mic happening less and less because that filtering out of background noise has just gotten incredible. So, but these are still options. You do occasionally run into very disruptive people that you need to remove from a meeting. Or sometimes, more often, I'll say, you will have meetings where you have a certain large audience for part of the meeting, and then afterwards you intentionally ask certain people to leave because you're going to talk about something sensitive. And in those cases, you can have an organizer or co-organizing remove those people from the meeting through these in-meeting settings. Right, the fourth item here is delegating teams' roles. And we kind of already talked about this earlier. So setting a co-organizer and promoting people to a presenter. Again, thinking about how you're going to delegate roles is important. For certain types of meetings. Sometimes when it's just an internal weekly project meeting, not as big a deal. But certainly when you're inviting external guests, when you have people outside of your department perhaps, or outside of your ministry if you're within a government, choosing who the organizers and the co-organizers and presenters are becomes really important. So knowing that these settings are there and you can control them is important. And please do interrupt me throughout with questions. I forgot to mention that earlier. Now with the co-organizers, you can see here that there is no option just in the screenshot that I got to select a co-organizer. Your co-organizer has to be an internal employee of the organization or someone internal to the organization where you're booking the meeting. If you only have external guests on the meeting, this is going to be disabled and you're not going to be able to choose co-organizers. So your co-organizers can only be people inside your organization. And we usually think of those co-organizers as a trusted person that you can trust to help you run the meeting effectively. Okay. Another common tip that we see is the idea of removing one-time participants from meeting series or from chats. Sometimes you'll have meetings where you need to bring in someone who's not part of the regular series, sometimes leadership reviews, sometimes very sensitive project updates, and sometimes those people are added to the meeting series, and you just want to make sure that they're not there on a go-forward basis, because sometimes you'll have future meetings, especially if it's a sensitive topic, where you don't want to have those people on those future meetings. You may not even want them to know the meetings are occurring. So as an organizer, staying on top of the attendees within your meetings, especially if you add someone to a meeting and then remove them, make sure that you're adding them to the instance of the meeting as opposed to the series. That's one good way to control it. And another certainly is check up on the series and who the participants are as well. Sometimes when people change roles, they move out of a finance department, for example, or an HR department, you don't want them remaining on the meeting series, right? Because again, those meetings can be sensitive. Okay, another tip, this is a really simple one, but I often see meetings end, and then there's people remaining on the meeting, straggling on the meeting after the organizer and other people are gone, and they continue to chat. They might strike up another topic. There might be a sidebar, and you may not want that to occur. So simply knowing that when you leave a meeting, there's also the option to end the meeting. That's also a really useful little tip if you're the organizer of a meeting. So to end it, and that will remove everyone from the meeting so that people can no longer have sidebar conversations. They can certainly go off and do that themselves, but this is a useful tip for basically kicking everybody out of the meeting, ending it, and letting people start fresh in whatever conversation they want. So just a really simple tip here. Another item that we also see, especially in the security space, is around end user training. So many organizations, mine included, we have annual security training that we have to go through, and they track if we've completed it. That security training covers things like what kind of data is sensitive to our organization, how do we handle that data, how long do we retain client data for. There's a lot of different topics that security training is covering. We find it useful to include within that some of these common tips and best practices for running secure meetings, for protecting your collaboration spaces. Now in this case for secure meetings, Microsoft has published a significant amount of content that's freely available that you can use as part of this training. They've got FAQs, they've got well-structured infographics, they've got tips for securing your meetings that they have structured and designed up really nicely so that when you download them and use them just out of the box, they look very professional for your organization. So I highly recommend that you follow the link here to the content that Microsoft has published, that you incorporate this into your annual security training, into a page, perhaps within SharePoint Online or within your intranet, which helps people understand what are our company's policies around running online meetings, what are our tips and what are our recommendations for keeping them secure, for running them safely, to have them be inclusive. So all of that can be incorporated into here. We do find that end users, when it comes to security, is our weakest link. and providing users with the right information so that they know how to run safe meetings, secure meetings, what content to share, what not to share, and so on, is really important to help incorporate those users into our security strategy in order to secure our environment better. So some great content published from Microsoft here. Now, I'm going to quickly show some of this just to show you how to get to some of this here. This is going to be really, really quick demo. So here I'm just within Microsoft Teams. This is my actual calendar. So I'm just going to go book a meeting. I'm going to give it a quick name here. Now, when I want to get to those team meeting options, I've got a couple of them available to me here on that right side panel. So right here, some of the most common options are who can bypass the lobby, like we talked about. The options I can choose from are everyone can, people in my organization or other trusted orgs or guests I can even include in that, people in my org and guests, and so on. You can also limit this to just organizers and co-organizers if it's a particularly sensitive meeting. So you can have people join the meeting, everyone's in the lobby except for the organizer and co-organizer, and then when you're ready to let everybody in, you'll be able to do that through the participants page in the meeting itself. So this is certainly a handy and commonly used option. You can control whether the recording starts automatically. So that's sometimes a handy option depending on the nature of the meeting. And then all those other options are shown here if I choose more options. Those appear here. So again, similar ones to what we just saw. You can control if people dialing in can bypass the lobby. This is an interesting one. I don't see this used very much anymore. We used to see this with WebEx meetings of days past where it would announce when someone is joining or leaving the meeting. You'd actually have a voice come on and do that. Never really loved that because I found those notices disruptive personally, but that option is still there to do that. You can choose your organizers here, and notice this is disabled here because I haven't invited anybody yet to the meeting. Once I do, if I invite anybody within my org, that then becomes available and I can choose people in my org as a co-organizer. Who can present? Similar options to what we saw here. I can choose specific people if I want to name specific people as presenting. If attendees can turn on their mic, their camera, if the record automatically is here, if people can participate in the meeting chat or not, perhaps in the meeting only, and so on. You can even turn on Q&A. So if you've seen a Teams live event with the Q&A functionality, you can turn that on for meetings so that you can actually control people when people ask questions. You can nominate questions to be answered by the organizer, and you can have a co-organizer help you do that as well. If you want to allow reactions in meetings, personally, I really like reactions in meetings, giving a thumbs up or an applause and so on. But in some very formal meetings, very formal settings, especially public sector and government, you sometimes see that disabled because people do interpret those in different ways, and sometimes people just want to avoid that. And you can actually enable language interpretation. And I've actually seen this done where you have live interpreters that are translating meetings live. So you actually have the person presenting like I am now, and then you have a live interpreter on the side translating the meeting in real time live to sign language or to another language as well. Being from Canada, well, we do a significant amount of work with the federal government. In Canada, we're a bilingual nation, so 2 official languages, English and French. So many of those government team meetings, they actually have a live interpreter. They actually have someone live who is translating the meeting to French. Or if the meeting's in French, they translate it to English.
Are those the CART options?
Yes. Yeah, those are CART options as well. Exactly.
That's an acronym for something.
Yeah, I don't remember the acronym. You're right. So these are some interesting meeting options. Now, a meeting option that was just announced recently is, and I haven't seen it roll out to tenants yet, is requiring, you're going to be able to require attendees to meetings to explicitly consent to be recorded. And each person, each attendee has to explicitly consent to be recorded in order for their audio and what they share to be recorded. So I haven't seen this work yet because I haven't seen it run. I've only read about it. But you think about scenarios like, okay, what if you have 5 people in the meeting and 3 consent to be recorded and 2 do not? It literally does not record the people who do not consent to voice. And you kind of wonder, what's the result of that going to be like in the recording? So I'm interested to see how that turns out. Yeah. Question? So it's not explicitly mentioned in GDPR. However, European nations
The others have their own connotations to privacy as well, and various, they kind of vary. I think a lot of it does come from exactly that, from Europe and from the strictness around privacy. I do know that it's not explicitly mentioned in GDPR, though, so it kind of depends on your interpretation of GDPR. I've read that spec several times, and it does leave a lot of room open for interpretation, and Europeans do tend to interpret it quite strictly. So just a really quick little demo of where these settings are. If you actually book a meeting in Outlook, the same meeting options are available here. They look slightly differently. Here, if you have a Teams meeting, up here beside the host online and join Teams meetings, between those you've got meeting options, and those same options are available here. Sometimes those take a second to come up. And you see that the language is a little bit different in some of these. It's laid out a little bit different. Like here it says cart options, to your point. But certainly the same options are available here. Yes?
Do you have an option or a recommendation, Outlook versus Teams for scheduling meetings? Or how would you respond when somebody asks?
That is a good question. What's that? Oh, sure. So the question was, do I have a recommendation for whether to schedule options in, whether to schedule meetings in the Teams client or in Outlook? It's a great question. I think either are good options. Personally, I work in Outlook, right? I work in Outlook every single day. I'm in it probably as much as Teams, right? I'm a consultant. I'm part of a global consulting firm. A lot of our business is still through email, and it probably always will be. So I'm in Outlook all the time. I'm in, scheduling meetings on my phone as well all the time, in Outlook on my phone. Teams, it works well. The reason I'm hesitating is what I don't like doing is scheduling meetings in Teams channels. I find Teams channels is difficult for scheduling meetings because if I'm the organizer of a meeting and I go to a Teams channel and I schedule a meeting there, okay, the meeting belongs to the Teams channel. If someone declines my meeting though, I don't see that decline unless I go to the Teams channel, right? I don't see it in my Outlook where I receive everything else. So having it in a separate experience, it's not that it's a bad experience, but having it disjointed that way, personally I don't schedule meetings in Teams channels because I just find it too hard to manage the meetings and the attendees to the meeting. Other people might disagree with me though. I'm interested in other people's thoughts if people have other opinions on that.
For me, I try to do them all in Teams, not in channels, but just in my Teams calendar as much as possible. But I do a lot of calendar syncing. So I have a meeting on a different calendar and I wanted to put it on this calendar. I don't like putting those in directly in Teams because they automatically create a Teams meeting and the Teams, all the links and all that crap.
Yep.
So I do those in Outlook and specifically don't add a Teams meeting to it. If there's like the generic, I'm just blocking time.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I'm blocking time, I do it in Outlook web app because I don't use Outlook desktop anymore.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But if I'm scheduling an actual meeting, I'll try and do that in Teams.
All right. Great questions so far. So I'm going to continue on. I've got one more thing around Teams meetings. Sorry? Oh, question.
I'm going to read it.
Sure. Thank you.
So the question is, if the organizer of a Teams channel meeting leaves the company, who becomes the owner of the meeting?
A Teams channel meeting.
Uh-huh.
So that's a great question. So if you, yes, we got it. And Mike's back and forth. Thank you. When you book a Teams channel meeting, the channel owns the meeting. So the M365 group owns the meeting. So I believe other owners, I don't run into this often because I don't book Teams channel meetings, but I believe other owners of the team, of the M365 group behind the team can also manage that meeting. So ideally you have more than one owner of an M365 group so that someone can take that over. That is another best practice, where as you build out M365 groups for Microsoft Teams, for
SharePoint Online sites and so on. We usually recommend a minimum of 2 owners that way. Exactly in that situation, if someone leaves the organization, another owner can take that over. That is a common, I'll say, governance practice that we monitor for, that we actively make adjustments as people come and go from an organization. Hopefully that answers the question. All right. The last item I've got around Teams meetings is Teams Premium. So Microsoft announced not long ago a Teams Premium license that provides some additional features. And some of those do speak to dealing with sensitive meetings, secure meetings, or highly secure meetings. And Microsoft has even published some guidance on kind of 4 tiers of meetings. They kind of have a baseline protection for meetings where it's not a sensitive meeting. They've got a sensitive meeting, then they've got a highly sensitive meeting that's got one more that's even more so. And they've got various settings that they recommend for those. Now those settings are not all tied to Teams Premium. That's just guidance that they provide if you do need to have kind of these different tiers of meetings from a sensitivity perspective. But Teams Premium does introduce the notion of sensitivity labels for meetings. Now, personally I find the functionality of sensitivity labels for Teams meeting is a little bit disingenuous because adding a sensitivity label to a team meeting, although it's something that just got enabled, it's just like adding a sensitivity label to an email behind the scenes. Literally, it takes the meeting content, it applies an encrypting sensitivity label to it, which just converts the content to an attachment, which is a .rpmsg file, right? So really, it's just the body of the meeting is an encrypted blob. And when you receive it, Outlook interprets it, and if you're authenticated and you have access to it, it decrypts it and shows you the content. So it is valuable functionality, but under the covers, it's just like encrypting an email through a sensitivity label. Now, it does have some interesting effects on meetings, though, if you do have a sensitivity label that encrypts the meeting associated with it. Now, I'm not sure how much people know about sensitivity labels, but when you configure them, you can choose them to do various things. Some sensitivity labels can encrypt content they're assigned to, and others cannot, right? You can have some that simply apply, let's say, a confidential label and doesn't encrypt the content. Another can apply a restricted label and encrypt the content. With meetings, when you do apply a sensitivity label that encrypts the content, it will also encrypt any attachments within the meeting as well. So if you have a meeting where you're sending out an attachment, a file that's attached to the team meeting, and opening that content or editing that content as part of the meeting, the restrictions on the sensitivity label will also apply to the attachment. So another thing you can do with sensitivity labels is restrict editing on content. So if your sensitivity label does not allow you to edit content and it's applied to a meeting, people can open the meeting, they can see the attachment, they can read it, but they won't be able to edit it. So there are some side effects of this. Other things as well, if you do have a Teams meeting that has a sensitivity label on it and you incorporate a loop component in it, loop components don't support sensitivity labels. So that content is not secured. So that's another interesting little side effect. We're hoping loop components will support sensitivity labels in the future, but there's no roadmap for that yet. Some of the other interesting Teams Premium features that come along that help you to secure meetings are things like disabling copying and pasting of content from Teams chat. So that's an interesting feature where you don't want people to remove the content from a Teams chat and, let's say, keep it for their own purposes afterwards. You can allow presenters to record a meeting in addition to organizers and co-organizers. You can actually enable end-to-end encryption for meetings. So all of the communication through the meeting is actually encrypted. And that's only for meetings up to 50 attendees. So you can't apply that to very, very large meetings. You can actually apply a watermark dynamically to shared content. So if you're sharing a presentation on screen, it can actually put your name across that presentation. So if someone takes a screenshot of it during a meeting, your name is actually on it, which is an interesting feature as well. And then finally, there's also some custom meeting templates and meeting themes that you can enforce. You can actually have a theme to your lobby, for example, if you wish. So add some branding to your lobby. So these are some interesting Teams Premium features when you think about securing meetings, having sensitive meetings, or having well-controlled meetings, if you will.
A question on the Teams templates.
Okay.
Because I think that's a pretty cool feature,
Yeah.
although it's a premium, so
Yeah.
not all that.
Additional license.
And it only can be scheduled within Teams. Is there not going to be an Outlook thing, or do you know yet if that template will be able to be utilized through Outlook scheduling?
I don't know if it will be able to be used for Outlook scheduling. If I was to guess, I'm going to say I doubt it will. I'm suspecting that that's going to be a Teams feature only, especially with it coming with Teams Premium. Those are two very different teams at Microsoft, the Outlook team and the Teams team. So I suspect it's only for Teams. But yes, I agree with you, it's a very cool feature. All right, I'm going to move on to securing Teams collaboration spaces. And I've got some content to share with you here. Now, when you think about your team collaboration spaces, I mentioned earlier, my organization, we have 40,000 teams within our environment. And we're a consulting firm or a risk management firm. We deal with a lot of sensitive customer data. And sometimes that customer data does filter into our teams because that's where we're actually doing work. When I say we have 40,000 teams, every single client project gets a team. All content collected, and I'm sure all of you who are consultants do this as well, all content that's collected as part of a project goes into the team. That's where it's stored. We try not to store anything locally, and we manage our customer projects within a team. Now, when you think, though, about security and compliance and things like data protection, it's important to understand where is data within teams stored and which compliance features within Microsoft Purview actually apply to those different storage containers. Because as you can see from this list, there's lots of different types of data within Teams, right? It brings together channel conversations, files stored in channels, files stored in channel conversations, or sorry, files shared in channel conversations, emails sent to channels, one-to-one chats, one-to-many chats, files shared in those one-to-one or one-to-many chats, and so on, right? Going a little further down the list, chatting during a meeting, voicemails, notes and wikis, tabs, call details, where is all that data stored? And how do my Purview compliance features apply to it? So I tried to actually fit this into some slides and I couldn't. I'm actually going to jump out to, oh, it's not showing here. Let me just bring this up really quickly. So I've got, over the years, I've collected, I had to reboot right before the presentation. Over the years, I have collected information about where the various data within Teams is stored and how the Purview compliance capabilities apply to it. And I built this table. This is for my own purposes. I'm going to quickly go through it here. I'm not going to belabor it too much, but I'm actually going to post this to my blog later today. So if you guys do want to see this table and download it, please check out antonio365.com. And I should have a blog either later this afternoon or tonight. I'll have that up and you guys can see this table as well. I'm not going to through all of it, but I'll go through a couple of items. So if we look at things like channel conversations in Teams, behind the scenes, those are actually stored in Azure Substrate. That's the underlying service. That is the actual core service where that is stored. That data, though, there's a background process that happens where it copies that data to the hidden Exchange group mailbox behind the team. So, you know, when we talk about Teams, we say a group mailbox is created which stores the channel conversations. That is not the core storage space. The core storage space is that Azure Substrate. It's just copying that conversation to the group mailbox so that the Purview compliance capabilities can apply to it. Right? That's the whole purpose of copying it to the group mailbox. At least in my view it is. Now, if we look at some of the capabilities here from a Purview perspective, you can apply retention policies. You cannot apply retention labels. You can apply legal holds, and eDiscovery will find it. Right? So these are kind of the key Purview features that are important to think about from a compliance perspective. And that's just channel conversations. If we go to files stored in a channel, well, we know where those are stored. Those are stored in a SharePoint site behind the team. If you're in a private channel, that has its own SharePoint site as well. And certainly all of those compliance capabilities apply to those files. Similarly, with files shared during a channel conversation, those are stored similarly. Within the conversation, there's just a reference to the file, and all of the Purview compliance capabilities apply to it, and so on. So this table goes down and goes through each one of those items. You know, some of the items, as you get a little bit further down, you can see things are not supported. So there is one item here I still need to confirm, call details. That's metadata about calls that you have. Features like eDiscovery will find that data. Legal holds will apply to that data, but retention policies and retention labels do not apply to that data. This one here, I'm 99% sure retention policies don't apply to it, but I still need to confirm that a little bit. And so on. So it's important to understand where all the data within Teams is stored so that you can understand which of the compliance capabilities can you actually apply to it. Okay. If we go on and talk about how we control our teams and how we govern our teams, one of the common things that we see implemented is a process for controlling the creation of teams. Now, some organizations do enforce this and others do not. If you're going to enforce the creation of teams, there's a number of things to think about. One is if you're going to require approvals. So if you're going to control the creation of teams, usually there's a request process that you put in place. A very simple example of doing that is you build a Power App where you let people request a team. You ask them to fill out a small number of questions. Don't make that form too onerous, right? What's the purpose of the team? Is it going to contain sensitive data? Who are the owners? Who are the members? That gets submitted. It goes to a SharePoint list. That triggers a Power Automate workflow to automatically create the team. There's a number of other aspects to it. Sometimes we require approvals. So someone needs to approve the creation of a team. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that because what we've seen is the longer it takes, the longer amount of time between requesting a team and getting the team, the less people are likely to use it. The less you're going to have people actually adopt it, right? And actually make the intended use of that team. Same applies to SharePoint sites as well. I've seen some organizations say, we're going to have a 24-hour SLA. Someone's going to request a team and they'll get it within 24 hours. Honestly, if I'm the requester, if it's going to take 24 hours for me to get it, I'm going to find another way to share that data. So I might submit the request, and then it's like, I don't want to wait the 24 hours, so I will go and I'll find another method to share that data with whoever I need to share it with. So I encourage people to think about the longer that SLA is, the longer it takes for you to actually fulfill the request to have a team, the less people are likely to use it. So personally, I don't like the approval process. I am a fan of controlling the creation of teams for a couple of reasons. When I build a process like this, so a form that people submit to request a team, small number of questions, I like to think about who's going to own the data that's stored within that team. And the owner of that data helps me to decide what kind of questions do I need to ask. Is the requester of the team the person that's going to own the data? If so, then I want to understand, okay, what's the most sensitive data that's going to be stored in it? What's the purpose of this? Does it need to have external sharing enabled? And I'm going to use those types of things to decide various security controls on the team. I personally don't like the idea of storing this in a SharePoint list. That SharePoint list sometimes can get very, very large. And that inventory of your teams and of your SharePoint sites, it's really handy to use that inventory to enforce other governance processes, right? So think about if that list is my inventory of teams, maybe I'd like to run a process every night on it and check every team to ensure that it has 2 owners or more. At least 2 owners, less than 4, let's say, or less than 5. Some reasonable number of owners, minimum of 2. So if I've got a meaningful inventory of these, actually running a process every night across those to validate various governance policies is actually a really handy thing to do. If it's a SharePoint list, though, if it grows really large, running those governance processes on it can be difficult. So personally, I prefer putting this into a database and having a proper enterprise class workflow that runs across the database that does this. So I might build that in Power Automate just because it's simple, or I might go to Azure Logic Apps, which personally I find more enterprise ready, if you will. So I'm going to think about the scalability of that list. I'm going to think about what else do I want to use that list for? So if you're going to build such a process, if you're going to control the creation of teams, think about how you're going to design that process from an enterprise scale perspective and use the right tools for it. SharePoint list is really easy, it's really handy. I don't find it scales very well though. And just a caveat to that, what we will often do is use the SharePoint list for just kind of the immediate request and then the processing of it, but then the creation of the team will actually go add the entry to a database. So I'm not saying don't use the SharePoint list, I'm saying consider the data in the SharePoint list transitory. So you keep that list clean, you delete it, you remove those items after they've been processed. and you keep a separate database as your inventory of sites or teams. Another item that we use to secure teams' collaboration spaces is data loss prevention policies, or DLP policies. Now, this very specifically helps to protect sensitive data shared through teams' conversations. Now, when I say sensitive data, I'm referring to sensitive information types, or what are called SITs in Microsoft 365. Those are patterns or regular expressions. Things like credit card numbers, social security numbers, social insurance numbers in Canada, passport numbers, this type of data. You can configure policies that look for that data in your team's conversations, and when it sees that type of data, it will immediately block access to it. It will actually remove it from the person that you are sending it to in a chat. And what that looks like is, let's say someone shares a social security number in a team's conversation, or some other piece of sensitive data. Within about a second or half a second, Teams will immediately block that, and the sender of the message will see this here. They'll see this message was blocked, that little red piece of text. The recipient of the message will see this. They'll see this message was blocked due to sensitive content. Now, if the sender clicks on that, what can I do? They actually get a message that tells them why it was blocked, right? So you can actually get some interesting information about, okay, why was this message blocked? What was the actual sensitive data that was included? The example that I have here is really simple, but sometimes you'll have paragraphs of data that are included in a team's conversation, and it can sometimes be hard to determine what was the data that triggered the policy. So these are extremely useful policies to put in place and enforce if you do deal with things like PII, PCI data, so credit card information, other personally identifiable information that, according to GDPR, California's privacy regulation, other privacy regulations around the world, you're obligated to protect. And if you're going to enforce these policies, there are various things to think about around the scoping of the policies. So when you configure a data loss prevention policy, it gets scoped for users or groups. And if I scope them for users, certain parts of this functionality do work. So for example, if I scope a policy for a user, one-to-one chats will have them enforced, and private channel messages will have them enforced. But standard or shared channels, these policies won't work on those if I've scoped the policy to individual users. The same applies if I scope the policy to a security group or a distribution list. It's just like applying it to a user, where one-to-one or one-to-many chats will have the policies enforced, and private channel messages will have the policies enforced. And then if I do want it to apply to standard or shared channels, I do need to associate with the M365 group behind the team. All right. Sensitivity labels on collaboration space is the next item. And we are quickly running out of time, so I'll try to speed this up a little bit because I've got a couple more to share here. Like files, you can apply sensitivity labels to containers. And by containers, we mean Microsoft Teams or SharePoint sites. Now, those sensitivity labels applied to those containers do not affect the content within the teams or the sites themselves. They do not change the sensitivity levels on the files. They enforce a different set of security policies, and you have the option of 4 policies that are shown here. The first is for Microsoft Teams. You can enforce it to be Microsoft Teams. You can enforce the team to be private, or you can allow the user to choose. So you've got the option if it's public, it's private, or the user who's creating it can choose. Typically, if you're going to apply a sensitivity label to a team, we enforce private. The second is you can determine can owners invite external guests to the team. Now this is an interesting option because it means you don't have to turn on external guest sharing for every team. You can say, okay, for my general teams that I use day to day, yes, we can invite external guests. But if I classify a team as confidential or sensitive, I'm not permitted to invite external guests. So this allows you to get much more granular about which teams can support external guests and which ones cannot. I can then determine the type of guest access for the underlying SharePoint site. So you'll remember that when I configure external sharing for SharePoint sites, I have 4 options. No external sharing, existing guests, new and existing guests, and then anyone, which is anonymous guest links. So you can control that as well through the sensitivity label. And we never recommend turning on anonymous guest links or anyone from a security standpoint. And then the final option is the experience from unmanaged devices. So unmanaged devices can either be personal computers or they can be computers from other organizations. So, you know, if I'm running a Teams instance, an unmanaged device is a device from anyone else other than my organization. And I've got three options there. I can either enable full access to a team from an unmanaged device. I can block access to a team from an unmanaged device, or I can enable web-only access, which is really interesting because it means someone can access the team and they can actually access documents within the team through the web browser. They can actually read and edit documents through the online versions of Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, but they cannot open those documents in the desktop versions of Word, Excel, PowerPoint. They cannot download any of the content. So for me, this is a really interesting option because it means I can allow external guests into my team. I can enable them to view and actually edit and co-author and work on documents with me, but I can be sure that they will not be able to download and store any of that content resident on their own machine, right? They're not going to be able to open it in the desktop versions of those apps. So it enables collaboration, but still allows me to control the experience when you're using an unmanaged device. And then that last option I can also use for more complex authentication requirements. So I can use what's called an auth context to connect a particular team to conditional access policies. So we've used this with some government organizations where they've got highly sensitive data in teams. They want to require someone to not only have to authenticate and use multi-factor authentication on a team, but they want for that particular team only to have to insert a FIDO2 key into their USB drive and have to use a fingerprint reader on that FIDO2 key in order to access the team. So when you're storing extremely sensitive data, having that kind of physical access and fingerprint scanning is extremely useful to restricting access to just individual teams that store really sensitive data. All right. Private channels, of course. If we do need to control conversations and files stored to just a subset of members of the team, utilizing private channels for that is also an extremely useful feature. You can limit access to just certain members of your team or certain owners of the team. So people do need to be members of the team in order to be able to access a private channel. You can also invite guests to a private channel as well, but we don't see that done too often. Guest access reviews. So Azure AD P2, so it does require an additional license, has the capability to run guest access reviews. You can schedule those to occur on a regular basis. The owners of a team will be required on that regular basis, it could be 3 months, 6 months, every year, to review the guests that have access to their team and either certify that they still need access or remove them from the team. And it tracks this so that you can actually use this as evidence for if you're being audited, for example. So love using this feature and enabling that in organizations. Just a couple more before we wrap up. The team's naming policy I find really handy and useful for controlling teams, either adding a prefix or a suffix or banning a set of words from teams. This helps us stay organized, right? It speaks to hygiene a little bit. It helps us to find our teams a little easier as well. If you really structure your prefixes well, or your suffixes well, you can also use that to determine what types of teams do we have, right? I sometimes see PRJ used in front of project teams or DEP used in front of departmental teams, and you can use that in your governance policies. If you are going to use the naming policy, consider the length of the name, because in the display in Teams, if you have a really long prefix in front of your team, it only shows 34 characters, so every team looks like it's the exact same name. So encourage you to have slightly different prefixes and keep them short, that way you can still distinguish the names of your teams from each other. I think I have just one more. Yeah, just one more. Finally, the team's expiry and archiving capabilities. So the expiry capabilities, I think, really help us to keep our team's environment clean. It speaks to hygiene. I also like to think of expiring teams as helping us to reduce our attack surface, right? We will often recommend making careful use of retention policies and retention labels so that you're retaining data only for the length of time you're required and according to the regulations that are applicable to your business. This is similar, where reducing the amount of data you have does help to reduce your attack surface, helps to reduce the amount of data that people can exfiltrate as well. So certainly recommend using Teams expiry. You can set that up to a year, and we often see it configured for a year, and that will soft delete the team when that expiry happens. You then have 30 days after that for an admin to restore the team. And people will receive warnings. The owners will receive email notifications. I think it's 30 days, 15 days, and I think the day before the team expires, and you can renew it. This is based on activity. So if a user goes to access a team, that clock actually restarts once again. So this is 1 year of inactivity, for example. And then there is a Teams archiving feature as well that helps kind of get it out of your view. To me, it's not a true archiving feature. It kind of moves it down to the hidden teams. I think it locks usage of it as well. But it is useful, again, for keeping your team's environment clean and really only keeping around the teams that are active, that you're using regularly, and using retention labels and policies to retain the data that you have to retain. And with that, I just wanted to thank you for your time. I hope some of these tips and best practices are helpful in helping to run secure meetings, safe meetings, and securing your team collaboration spaces. Thanks. Any other questions? I think we got 1 minute. No? All right. I'll be around. Oh, we got a question. Awesome. Heather. Not natively.
Hello, my friends, and sorry for a slight delay. Needed some time to set up. Thank you for attending also this session. First, thanks to our sponsors. I will not read the slide to you. All of them deserve individual recognition. Please also check out the app here, CollabCon 2023 sessionlife.com, or our website. The app here has, we will try to use it briefly actually in the talk later on. So if you want to familiarize with yourself what's there, it may help you to understand that part of the talk later on. And please do not forget to give feedback. Be forgiving, meaning tell us what you want to improve. If you don't like something, and if you like something, also tell us. So, and of course, stick around for the party. So my talk today is called ChatGPT and Friends Demystified. Well, that's me, and of course well, this slide is nice, has some animations on it that I didn't care for. So that's information. I'm a Microsoft RD and MVP. I live in Florida, in Ponte Vedra Beach, originally a native out of Germany. The headquarters of my companies are still in Frankfurt, Germany. I do quite a bit of public speaking in terms of going to nice conferences and talking about tech. That doesn't make me special, it just makes me crazy that I like doing that. So I'm playing a little video here, I hope people can hear it. So all this what you see here is AI generated. So the text is courtesy to ChatGPT. The motivation was like all the Python developers get all the love these days and the .NET developers don't get so much love. You probably cannot hear it very loud in this room, but the key is what people didn't believe, like even maybe 3-4 months ago, that you could generate consistent music with song, with voice and singing or rapping. And it is pretty consistent across those individual generations. Every page that you see is basically its own generation was connected to the previous one. Just to give you a little idea how this rapidly the state of the art is advancing, this was generated with the help of a company called Suno, S-U-N-O. They had a free trial at that point in time. You can check it out if you want. Go through Discord eventually. So again, ChatGPT and Friends Demystified. I already introduced myself. Where are we coming from? I want to show briefly that slide here. Like, I mean, this what you see here, and the numbers are hidden. But the mouse that you see at the bottom was invented in 1963, I believe, and the integrated keyboard on the right side with a mouse and with a graphical user interface in 1968. Yeah, so thanks to the Xerox Labs. And all the other things on the top, even in the 1940s, you would program a computer by literally rewiring it. And even the punch card reader was a giant innovation, how rapidly we interact with computers. Even the touch screen is that you think, oh, we have touch now, that's 1965. So everything you're seeing is like 55 years and older, and 58 years in terms of the touch screen, mouse 60 years. In what we're still using to interact with our computer with. Mobile form factors, the idea with an app was 1992, 1994 with a Simon. But what is consistent is that we need to learn how to interact with a computer. So we need to learn the type of language, the type of interactions, and basically change our behavior so that the computer understands us. The bigger picture idea is that ideally in the future the computers should better understand us naturally based on what we naturally do, right? So I forgot the agenda here, so I'm going to be a little bit interactive and crazy here. Another thing I wanted to show you to prove a point is, and I hope I can make it work, I'm juggling the microphones here for those who cannot see it. I have a room microphone, like a microphone for the stream, and a microphone here for an app that I wanted to run. The app I'm running is called Whisper, and what I'm trying to do is here, and I hope that it works. Okay, jetzt versuche ich mal auf Deutsch zu sprechen. Und das soll jetzt klappen, dass die Übersetzung funktioniert. Wir sind hier auf einer Konferenz in Orlando. So you see that, I mean, it's a little bit small, but you see that roughly the translation works. The key thing about this is this model, the AI model, runs on my local machine, like nothing elsewhere, right? And there's another takeaway from this little demo that you will see in the next slide that will also prove a point. So there are two graphs here. Like this model was released by OpenAI, and OpenAI is a company behind ChatGPT. They have been criticized for being less and less open over the years, like not giving us stuff anymore. And they say security, safety, and yes, with generative AI you can do a lot of naughty things and some illegal things if you do it wrongly. So they care about that. But at the same time, people say like, well, give the good guys the tools, and because the bad guys get the tools anyway, so let the good guys find the countermeasures. So, but either way, the OpenAI released Whisper, which was trained to transcribe and translate information. So they had one model that could only do transcription, like English to English, and one model that could do transcription and translation, like original language to original language, like English, German to German, or German to Spanish to Spanish, or translation German to English, Spanish to English, everything to English. But they found something interesting. They trained that model in different sizes, and in one specific model size, like measured in how much compute you invest in training, 10 to the power of 20 something, suddenly the model, again, the same size, the same file, that size that you would download or run on your computer, that was trained to be able to translate and transcribe, got better at transcribing English than a model that was only trained to transcribe English. Like, hey, we want the best possible model to transcribe English, let's train it only in English. It didn't work. The other models that also learned to see other languages got better at transcribing English. That's one of the patterns you see in those large language or large AI models, that you give the model more stuff and it is able to get better at things. So the way I try to think about it and try to explain it to audiences who are not extremely tech savvy or AI savvy is, let's think about language. Like Spanish language is well enough known in the US that people understand maybe that there's two different ways how you say love. Like in English you say love, 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 love to God, love to partner, love to my money. And in Spanish, for example, for the more passionate love, or the daily expression of love, you say to tell somebody, te quiero, like me, I love you. But the more like the higher level, the deeper love, sometimes you may say te amo, which is a little bit more, well, poetic, deeper, sometimes pathetic, depending on context. But there are more nuances there, and this exists between a lot of languages, that different languages have different words and with different nuances that may not exist in another language. So if a language model sees those nuances between similar words, it can maybe also use those nuances then to apply them to another language and detect those nuances better based on the context, right? So that's my thinking about that. Now, what's the latest, right? ChatGPT has been out for a while, as everybody knows. So one of the latest things that happened in ChatGPT, let's open it quickly. Let's do something crazy. Like ChatGPT now has so-called advanced analysis, and you can do something. You can upload a file, and ChatGPT will do something with that file. So I'm uploading a zip file, perfect solution, copy, something, and like ask it like, what is it really? And behind the scenes, like it recognizes, okay, something was uploaded, and it generates code behind the scenes, and that's also a pattern you see that this concept called tool creation, like let the models figure out tools that are context related, and then give it some permissions to run a tool, in this case a Python script that runs in a sandbox by OpenAI. And it's looking in the solution, oh, this is a zip file with some content. Let's look at those folders. Okay, it has what is in there, WinForms app, WinForms solution 1. Oh yeah, and Visual Studio. Oh yeah, that's the Visual Studio file. So WinForms application. Now, do we want to analyze that further? And I said, yes. And you can play that for a long time, and you can then either say like, okay, what is wrong with this? Can you analyze it further? This is basically a step above what you heard about all those GitHub copilots and so, that you can work on random arbitrary data. You could also use this on like a CSV file, an Excel file, analyze it with that, right? So that's one of the latest developments we have currently. But what is behind all this? Behind all this is working on a language. One of the challenges in language processing has always been language is sequential. Like, I am telling you this, so this you process it sequentially. Your brain needs to process it sequentially. Maybe it can jump forward. And the patterns of working with AI to train AI models were kind of bound both by the sequentialism that when you train those models, the so-called recurrent neural networks, they had to, for a longer context, like do it step by step by step, and then when you train a model, go backwards, 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 backwards. But has a problem that you couldn't parallelize it, right? So you were bound by like a linear scalability of individual processing. You couldn't use like what we have in GPUs or in modern computing networks that we have massively parallel approaches. Now, those researchers of Google, like with the paper Attention All You Need, basically what they wanted to do is better translation. And they figured it out in that sense that they built the so-called transformer network. They used a bunch of tricks here, so we will not go to the deep math of it, but behind the scenes they're doing some matrix multiplication and zeroing out a bunch of it, and by that creating a matrix that is able to work on the base units, the so-called tokens in the language, in parallel. All right. But now, what are tokens? What are tokens? If anybody doesn't know what tokens are, it's like juggling the microphone and typing at the same time is a little bit challenging for me. Token AI. Okay, he's a tokenizer. So we are actually, let me project my voice and speak less louder and get rid of this microphone here. If I understand it right, that shouldn't cause any problems, right? We are at a conference in Orlando, right? You see all these marks here at the bottom, each of the colors is one token. Conference, for example, this long word is one token, one unit that the language model processes. The white space in front of this is also one token. We like SharePoint. SharePoint, for example, is 2 tokens, right? Now, all the language models, like one by one, they process token by token. It works really well in the English language because they were built for the English language originally, because most of the training context is for the English language. If I say something in German, ich bin aus der Stadt Frankfurt, like it mean from the city Frankfurt. Ich spreche auf einer Konferenz. Like I'm speaking on a conference. You see that we need a lot of more tokens for similar things. So there's some consequence if you work in a multilingual context. You will use more tokens. Tokens are relevant because you spend money for it, because all those companies bill by token usage if you use their APIs. And tokens are also relevant for the speed of it, because it's each time a model does something, it costs you tokens. It generates one token after the other. Now, one other thing that's interesting to see is, like those models, so assume they have been trained. So, and this is a very simplified way of looking at it. Come on. I'm logging into now a workspace to try to visualize something. Now, those models, they have been trained to understand relationships between things in language. So you give them some text, and it tries to understand the relationship. So it tries to understand, for example, here in the so-called layer 0, that it has relationships to all those, the cat sat on the mat and the cat lay on the rug. let's say go to another layer, let's say 6. Here, in this so-called layer 6, it establishes a strong relationship to cat and a strong relationship to the end separator, meaning to the end of the sentence. So, and what all those relationships mean is that those are the so-called model weights. The model weights in a model are an abstraction unit that builds internally to be able to predict information, right? And we don't, as human beings, we don't fully understand why a specific model weight is there, why it has a specific function, but it's similar to in our brain how some neurons have a function maybe to understand colors, to understand that there's a concept of sitting on something. For example, this here, what I highlighted right now, binds relatively strong to cat and the mat. So that there's a relationship between those things. Yeah. To illustrate it further, that's like blown up here. This is like a full visualization. For example, this here on the left side here, this has a very strong connection to the next word in a sentence, like the to the cat to the set to the on. And there may be another layer that maybe you learned with all the training that there's a relationship to the previous word in the sentence. Yeah. So all those things that happen in those large models, and they're a lot more complex, a lot larger, is essentially just learning relationships between tokens that may be presented to it. Yeah? In this case here, it learned how to connect positions. There are some other things that have a deeper semantic meaning. So what is it and how large is it? I mean, we have seen that probably, so GPT-3 has been trained on a lot of stuff, on the Common Core, a bunch of web data, web text 2, and a bunch of books, and the full Wikipedia. So it has seen a lot. So this also billions, so the whole Wikipedia has about 3 billion tokens. You see that the whole web that was put in, so we are additionally to the Wikipedia, we have almost 200 times more tokens it has been trained on. Yeah. Compute is also interesting. So from here on the left side, this is approximately when this first paper was introduced, and when was it, 2017, 18? I get confused with years. Attention is all you need. Then we had those Roberta and BERT models. The largest Roberta model had between 10 and 100 petaflops training days. And then now the GPT-3 model, that was a model that came out in the middle of sometimes, well, a little bit over 1.5 years ago or so, maybe 2 by now, is basically 100 times larger than that model that was maybe 5 years old, right? 4 or 5 years old. The interesting thing is that we also have currently in AI an innovation speed that exceeds Moore's law. Yeah, so still Moore's law exists, don't get me wrong, roughly, and people say it may not continue for on a silicon level, but on the AI level, because of innovations in training algorithms, architectures they use, practically right now we exceed Moore's law. We're innovating faster than Moore's law. Now, when you see GPT-3 and you hear about it and you hear about ChatGPT, you're used to asking it a question or telling it to do something, right? And you're used to getting an answer. What I want to show you briefly is, because unfortunately the base GPT models, I don't know if they're currently available still in API, is Bloom model, Hugging Face, is what really happens when you would have a so-called base model that, as it has been trained on all this web text, and you want to do something with it, right? Those models have been trained to predict the next token. You give it a sentence, and it should then output, like step by step, what would be the next word. So we're used to that it tells us what we want. But if you tell like a model that, a raw model, a so-called foundational model, ask it like, what color is the sky? And then you send that to to that model, that's the blue model, it's similar to the GPT model. It does something weird, like hat color the sky book report. Now let's let a little bit precisely about sky color. It generates some random text because, well, it tries to complete the text. If you give it some examples, like let's say, what color is grass? Green. What color is snow? White. And now we try the same thing again. We may have a better chance, and this pattern is called, you may have heard that few-shot learning. It's not really learning, but basically in the prompt, we give it more examples, and the model is like, aha, the person is kind of asking for a simple answer, and if we're lucky, oops, no text was generated. Well, it didn't work right now. That's because there's some randomness in this, in how this flows. So in that case, at least we got a response blue here. But it doesn't know when to stop. It keeps continuing and continuing and continuing. So that's something how those models have been built initially. Now, OpenAI went here and it's like, hey, people really want to interact with those models differently. And now all those big AI companies do something similar. They, additionally to this initial training, they had initially a bunch of people, like they farmed it out. People say partially low income labor, partially Nigeria or whatnot, to write examples from questions and answers, like good examples, and provide those as additional examples, and also have people like manually rank the output. Let's say the model creates an output A and output B, and say what is good and bad. And then they collected the data and did a so-called supervised fine-tuning because they knew what was good and bad. The next thing is they trained a so-called reward model. So they trained it's a little bit abstract, but it will make sense when you think about it. When a reward model doesn't generate anything, but it tells if something is good or bad. Gives like a, hey, good job, here AI, here's a candy. And this reward model was trained to anticipate what would a human like. So they trained that reward model, and then, okay, what would a human like that answer? And with this trick, this reward model, then they went and put all their power, the computing power behind it, and basically had their base model generate millions, maybe billions of outputs, and the reward model said thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down. And with this, they were able to fine-tune, like improve the model. It learned what humans would like better. And they did this in separate phases. And when they had a model that they thought was better, they did again, went to the humans and like, is that actually what human liked? And then again, reward model kicked in. That's why they were able to improve it massively with only maybe a few thousand people working on it for a few weeks, and not with millions and millions and millions of people. And that's what you got in the middle of last year, when the so-called instruct models came out. The instruct models being able to translate more to what you ask to what you get. Now GPTs, like let's skip coding for a second, like that would be to work on source code. Source code models are just have a training set that has a lot more source code in there. So ChatGPT that broke the news like in December of last year and like really took off in January is based on GPT 3.5. So this model has been around, again, still the same base model that would initially just blabber like, hey, the sky is blue because people and something, and would just never stop talking, was further optimized to have a response, how do you call it, a question response or a sentence response type of interaction. And I will show that to you what that means behind the scenes live, right? So let's go quickly to where does this live if you want to work on Azure, for example. On Azure, you can run on OpenAI, but of course those models are available in Azure OpenAI, and I pre-deployed something here already. And here's a model endpoint. You need to basically assign resources to it and put a credit card and it consumes credits based on the tokens you generate. It's right now I can then develop code against it, of course, by calling APIs, but they also give us a little studio where we can be interactive. Come on. Like this, I noticed that sometimes there's a firewall here that we must be behind. Doesn't like other things. So here I'm in a so-called chat playground, and I'm using a specific deployment that I configured earlier. And in this chat playground, you see a few things. You see here, for first example, on the left side, a system message, a UNI system that helps with people find information. When you talk to ChatGPT, like there's also a system message that you do not see. Yeah? Okay, the latest ones, they give you some way to also change your behavior of the model, but by default, there's some type of system message that the model gets fed in whenever it's called that describes how it should behave. For example, Bing Chat has a really lengthy system message. Like I have a LinkedIn post about that somewhere where I try to analyze that. Like, it's like on safety, like you will be helpful, you will do this, you will do that, you will not make jokes about celebrities, you will not provide medical advice. All those things, all those restrictions, how a model should behave, people typically put in the system method. Okay, you are a fan of Disney and like to name Disney characters when people ask you for information. When asked about politics, you pretend to be a Disney princess and make a joke, right? So when I save this now, a few things happen, right? First of all, it's saved, but now when I ask you the question, like, what is the color of the sky, which is pretty inconspicuous, and hopefully, hello there, the color of the sky is typically blue, just like Cinderella's beautiful gown. However, it can change colors depending on the time of day and weather conditions. So it already adopted the persona a little bit of that princess. But why, right? So behind the scenes, it's not a chat. It's like a bunch of objects that are being passed to the system. So it has a so-called role, object, name, system, and then the content, which is basically the system prompt. And then the role user, that's what I send it. What is the color of the sky? And then as a role of assistant, it responds back as Cinderella. So that is a change in how the model interacts with a human being. If I ask it now something else, let's say, tell me about the political stance towards global warming in the US. You know, so I don't know. So let's turn that off for a second. Oh dear, the Disney princess, I'm not quite an expert in politics, but I do care about the environment. So it kind of responds and actually says something about it. But sometimes it would then go the other path that I described in the system message and doesn't do it at all. So you can also say view code and say, let's say with sharp developers, how does it work? You open basically a client connection, and you can use this basically portal to bootstrap your development to do the most basic interactions with that model. By basically feeding it all the text. That's all that is behind it. But let's be a little bit more hands-on and to see, come on, where is that? Again, so this would be, imagine you're a C# developer, you're creating a client object, you send it some data and get a so-called, what did I do wrong? Oh, I had this, huh? Credentials. Hey, never mind. Because I didn't want to show you my password. Otherwise you're gonna use my Azure credits. And so I gave this model now a call, like as a software developer. It's similar to what you would see, but the relevant thing I wanted to show you here is tell me something. It just created some text. I'm happy about the state of the world and something like that. What I wanted to show is the finish reason, stop. Right? So the model returned, when you interact with this as a developer, tells you stop. So it ended its generation being confident that it provided a complete response. That's relevant because models, again, you pay by token, and you tell it originally also how many tokens you want to use in some cases. There's a default value. Right now we're using the defaults. And you could also, however, tell the model that, hey, I'm only allowing you to give me 2 tokens. Tell me something, right? So it tells me something, and there's well, there's not much text here. Or maybe, let's say 4 tokens. And by the way, in Azure, it also has some filters you can use for violence, self-harm, hate, and so on. So you can actually have your security mechanisms built in as a software developer to tie into if you use that. So here it completed to tell me something about programming. And here's a relevant thing is that the finished reason is length. So here's the model, and the same thing applies if you would call the REST APIs, the base APIs. It would tell you, hey, I'm not done yet. Yeah. Now, okay, that's to demonstrate that, you could iterate on that, and there would be reasons why you do that. For example, here I generate in 2 token intervals some text, and you see how it gets generated little by little with an endless ping pong with that server. Now, why is that relevant? It is relevant because then you could basically stop when it's enough, when you are happy with what it told you, so you don't need to regenerate endlessly or keep going what it is. Now, what I'm leading to now is to give you an understanding what's happening now in the world of co-pilots and so on, right? So you heard about co-pilots and about plugins and all those things. So you can ask like a model a meaningful question. Here, ask this, and this is the chat type. A system, your helpful AI system, be friendly and answer on rhyme. And how do I get from Bellevue to Redmond? Those are 2 cities in Washington State that it is very common if you work with Microsoft that you need to go to Redmond. And it will generate some text for me, hopefully, in a second. And I'm relatively confident that the text will be generated. It also gave me finish reason stop, so it's happy with it. And it tells me, so get from Bellevue to Redmond, isn't it grand? On Google Maps, it helps you to understand, and then gives me some directions that are actually not bad. Like it names some street names that are there or so on. But this could easily be a so-called hallucination. It's making things up based on what it has seen, what has it been trained on. Sometimes, however, we want to have more accurate information, right? And we will get to that. How do we get these models, or how does everybody who writes a plugin or a co-pilot behind the scenes do this? Oops, chat completion doesn't exist. What did I do wrong? Okay, here's another example where you can do streaming. Here, I wanted to show it briefly. You can also, those model responses take a long time. If you ever used an online service to chat with a model, it can take a long time to get a response. If you're developing, you have the option to use a so-called streaming endpoint. So keep it in mind. That gives you, like token by token by token, keeps the connection to the server open. I'm rhyming here. And so you can react to whatever this model returns to you and basically also stop when you want and not when the model thinks it's done. So here in this case, it generated some instruction how to train a parrot in the style of a pirate. But now let's look at, again, of this example with the route. So we want to go from Bellevue to Redmond. Now let's assume we have some server somewhere. A service that is able to get us real directions. That's hooked up to big maps, to our own database, or to Google Maps. And let's assume we have now, we write our own function, get route from A to B. That's our own function, imagine that. So, and we describe that function, get the route from directions from location A to location B. So that would be then, and then there's something else, the start city, the two input parameters, location A, which is the start city and state for the direction asked for, and then the destination B, the destination city, right? So now let's look at that, what that is, and basically behind the scenes it's just a so-called JSON object, so it's basically just a string, a structured string that has a description of that function that we want to use. Now, what happened is now OpenAI, and they work with Microsoft on this, basically trained now their model, OpenAI ChatGPT, to be better to understand those what do you call it? Those type of questions where you provided a function definition. I gave it a function definition, get route from A to B, and I asked for a direction. Yeah? So what happens now? Well, suddenly the model gives me as a finish reason function call. Yeah? So I asked it again how to get from Bellevue to Redmond, and it generated a message from which is a function call object with the name get route from A to B with the location A Bellevue and location B Redmond. So as you may have understood, those models are able, and you may have experienced that, they're able to understand language pretty well. So behind the scenes now, the model basically gets presented with a prompt, and that really, really long prompt, as it gets larger and larger, maybe has a whole chat context before, has a system prompt, but now also it got a list of functions it's know. Oh, by the way, here model. Somebody's asking for a direction. By the way, you know about this function get from route A to B with those input parameters? And then the model is like, oh, I know this function. So, oh yeah, the location A is Bellevue, location B is Redmond. So it extracts that and maps it to those location parameters. And now what's the next step? Well, somebody needs to call the function. If you're a developer, if you develop your own plugin or your own Copilot, that's exactly where you spend your time. And your Copilot then would call a function, let's say, to Microsoft Graph API, would call a function to do something on your file system, would call a function to look like the birth date of Mr. Smith in the employee database. That happens behind the scenes. And then the information comes back from that function that you call, and that information you give again to the language model. Like, I don't have it right now, for example, but let's say Mr. Smith, colon, birthday, April 15, 1955. And then the model would take that string and incorporate it in the output. So that's all the magic that happens when you talk about copilots. Copilots of Microsoft, they're a lot bigger. They have a lot of functions there. If you work, let's say, for example, with ChatGPT, and you want to use plugins, you need to choose a list of plugins, like 1, 2, 3 plugins. You have a max number. That's also one of the challenges here, because every function you want to use, every capability you want to use, makes the prompt bigger, because the language model needs to know about the function every time you call it. So a very, very capable Copilot that has 10 functions may have a prompt that's really, really long and also really, really expensive. Yeah? Because you pay by the number of tokens you pass it. All right. So let's say this is route from A to B. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly, one of the magic things that happen behind the scenes that you will hear more and more often, you heard about chat on your own data. I'm sure you heard that, chat on your enterprise data. Behind this is another concept, a concept called embeddings. So here, there are different so-called embeddings. Embeddings are nothing else like a vector, like a really long vector, in this case 1,536 dimensions, that gets assigned to a text. In this case, the text is cute dog. Yeah, simple text. So you will see this really, really long text here, right? A really long vector. But now we can do a few interesting things with it. There are some interesting artifacts to those vectors. Let's say we have a few sentences, like say, there's a sentence, John really does like ice cream, John really does dislike ice cream, John really doesn't like ice cream, alpacas lick space rocks, right? And then you can do something and do math on the vectors. You can do like vectors, you can calculate different types of distance measures, like the cosine similarity, for example, and you see that there are some high numbers, there are different numbers. For example, the similarity between, what is output number 3? Output number 3 was doesn't like ice cream and dislikes ice cream. So it figured out that those two sentences, like not liking ice cream and disliking ice cream, have the highest similarity score. And the other ones, however, between liking ice cream and disliking ice cream, these scores were pretty high. So this is important for you to remember, will be important for you behind the scenes in the future, that sometimes what you think is semantically similar, like for example, asking about negative things are often semantically still very similar. But the comparison with alpaca lick space rocks, that is semantically very different. Like a little applied thing, so what I did earlier today, so I used those embeddings, and basically I scrawled the website of CollabCon. So here, let's try to CollabCon. No, sorry. Come on, where's the? CollabCon 2023.session nice, I think. Okay, so this is basically, and here you can look at the full schedule and you see all those links here with all those sessions, and they essentially have then a link with the session number and you get the abstract of the session, right? So what I did is I calculated the embeddings for this, and then I gave it some other keywords, for example, Microsoft Teams, Google, Microsoft Loop, and then I did a few techniques. They called independent component analysis, for example, to reduce the dimensions. And now I want to explore in this semantic space what is semantically similar. For example, here you see in this 3D structure here, the session description, number 518540 is supposed to be attracted or similar to loop. So let's 518540. Let's try that out briefly. Come on. Yep, that's the last thing. 518540. And you see the session actually is related to Microsoft. So behind the scenes, what happens is, when you in the future chat on your own data, what they do is they calculate embeddings for your data. Embeddings for your data, like for, let's say you have a really large document. They take small chunks, store it in a database, and in the database, each of those chunks has an embedding. And then they try to find the embedding with the highest similarity, with the highest score related to what you're looking for. Because it's semantically similar, and then fish that out, and then give you that as a reference. That's behind all those things you hear, vector DBs, and so on and so forth. Nothing else. It's basically simple math, but then products built around it and make it scalable. So I hope with that I was able to give you a little bit insight. It's maybe a little bit abstract, but to demystify something that happens on the real foundation of the things, of the applications you will be building. Well, with that, I thank you. I will be around for questions. I'm easy to find on social media, so shoot me up. I try to help when I can without writing a bill every time, if it's within reason. So thanks again for your attention, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
All set? All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Welcome to the last session, the last slot in the day. So I know I am standing between all of you and door prizes and dinner and all of that. So I will do my best to end on time today. Today, we're going to talk about a work management showdown. So how do you and your team track your tasks that you're working on as you're collaborating with different team members? Sorry, Eric, I'm already scrolling out of frame, aren't I? Eric told me to stand at the podium, and I was like, I'll try as I walk all the way over here. So, yeah, we're going to talk about how do you and your team track tasks, different applications, different products, different services, and kind of do a showdown between those. Before we get into it, I do want to thank all the sponsors that helped make this event possible. So, a bunch of them helped out. These types of events aren't possible without these sponsors. They do take some money. So if you see one of those sponsors, see anybody, tell them a big thank you. Who am I? I am Ben Stedgink. I have my own company, IntelliJink, where I do Microsoft 365 Azure. I focus on the Microsoft Cloud. As you can see up there, Enterprise Administrator in Microsoft 365, Azure Solutions, Cybersecurity. I'm also an MCT and an MVP. So I love the Microsoft Cloud. I've got 4 kids and my wife at home. She has a much harder job the last couple days than I do. The kids are 10, 8, 7, 10, 8, 10, 8, 6, and 5. So I have been getting a few texts from her of, when are you coming home? But we have lots of fun together. If you want to get in touch with me, any questions that you may have, feel free to email me. I am on Twitter or X, whatever you prefer to call it these days. I also have a podcast, the Microsoft Cloud IT Pro Podcast. Me and a friend of mine, Scott Hogue, have been doing that for, I think it's going on 5 or 6 years. We just recorded episode 352. We're actually approaching 1 million downloads of the podcast all time. So it's kind of a fun number. It's fun to see. So if you want to check it out, it is Microsoft 365 Azure focused, on more of the IT Pro, a little bit of end user stuff, but we're both very much tech nerds. So diving into the topic, work management, and I phrased it work management on purpose because we're not going to necessarily talk about task management. When I think of task management, I think of managing my own personal tasks, not necessarily tasks across a team. Task management, I think of something like maybe Microsoft To Do, or some of the other ones that there's a little bit of sharing in there. To Do, I can share something with some people. I could share something with my wife, a couple teammates, but I'm not going to really manage a project in something like To Do. There are a lot of options, and I just jotted down a few. I know there are a lot more than this. These are some of the ones that, as I have looked for a perfect solution, where I want to manage my tasks as well as some of the contractors that work for me. Microsoft 365. I only listed 3 of them here. Within the Microsoft ecosystem, there's a lot. Planner is included in Microsoft 365. Microsoft Project, if you want to kind of expand outside of that, you can do tasks and manage some of this work in Microsoft Lists. There's a bunch of others, DevOps, OneNote. To Do is a little bit more of the task management. Atlassian is another one, and this is a popular one. Atlassian does own Trello now. I've seen a lot of people use Trello. They also have a few within the Jira suite. Work management, service management, I think is the other one. Asana has one. I've used that one. Monday I've looked at. Teamwork I used for a little bit. Notion, Evernote, they both allow you to manage tasks within their suite of products. ClickUp, Todoist, Google Tasks. So we're not going to go look at all of these. I am not going to try to compare and contrast a bunch of these today. We're going to start looking at a few of them in a little bit, and I'm going to kind of walk you through some of the processes I used when I was looking for a solution that best fits me, and how I tend to kind of sort through these look through these. Mine are going to relate a little bit more to the Microsoft 365 side of things, Microsoft Teams, because that's where I do a lot of my work. But a lot of what we're going to talk about, you can apply equally if you're using Google Suite or if you're using maybe Slack or some of the other products where you don't necessarily sit in Microsoft 365 the whole time. I did break these down a little bit into two general categories when I was trying to eliminate them. Notion, Evernote, and ClickUp are three that I actually eliminated right away when I went through my process of evaluating. And the reason being, those three in particular have a lot of overlap with Microsoft 365. When it comes to Evernote, there's a lot of overlap between Evernote and OneNote. And I didn't want to find myself in one of those situations where in my brain I'm competing with myself. Do I document this in Evernote and take a note here? Or do I put it in OneNote? Or do I put it in a Word document? Or do I put it in a Google Sheet? Notion fell in that same bucket for me. Task management is just a section of what they do, or a small segment. They also have their database functionality and their list functionality. And that one, to me, I get myself in a dilemma of what do I put where? I'm really just looking for managing those tasks and managing my work. ClickUp is the same type of thing again, where there's competing products there. Some of the other ones, I will say Atlassian has Confluence, but it's a separate product. I'm not subscribing to the whole package when I go look at something like Atlassian. I did highlight Microsoft 365 because they do have a full suite of products, a lot like Notion, Evernote, and something like ClickUp does. So that's kind of my first step is this particular solution going to cause mental angst or a conflict in my head of what belongs where versus I want a product that's just going to fit that work management and that task management solution for me. So what things do I start considering? What did I start looking at when I was trying to pick a work management solution to keep track of all my tasks and all my projects in? The first one of these is, frankly, what are my requirements? What am I actually looking for? That goes back to a little bit, what was some of that overlap? My requirement was I didn't want to have that mental battle of what belongs where. Another what type of requirement may be, how do I want to view the tasks? How do I want to view my projects? Do I want to have a list of tasks? Or do I like the board view, where I can grab a task and drag it between different buckets? Do I want to have the ability to customize how those different tasks are displayed? When I go in and look at it, and I'm like, I don't really like this. I want to see different information on the card, or I want to display certain information within a list. How do I want to view those tasks, and what type of reporting do I want? And then IDP. I put an acronym on here. I should have spelled it out, an identity provider. How do I want to sign in? I'm using Microsoft 365 for everything. Do I want to use my Microsoft 365 account to log in to manage my tasks? Am I okay having a separate username and password? Am I using something else? Do I have an Okta that I'm using to sign into all my cloud apps? Or some of the other ones, I'm blanking on some of the names, but one of those other sign-in providers where I want that integration. I want it to be Google. I use G Suite for everything. And I want to use that same Google account when I log into all of my different task management. Duplication of features. I already mentioned this one. This was my first thing to eliminate it. Am I duplicating file storage? Now do I have some files in SharePoint? Do I have some files in Dropbox? Do I have some files in Notion? Or am I uploading files to a different platform? The chat, the communication. Some of those, I think Evernote still has some chat functionality in it. I don't want to have chats in Teams and chats in Evernote. I just want that work management solution. Integrations. Microsoft 365, for example, do I want this to be able to integrate into Teams? Do I want to be able to put my files in SharePoint or OneDrive and attach those to my tasks? Am I using Dropbox and Slack? And I want some integrations with Dropbox and Slack for storing files, or G Suite again. Maybe there's some other different third-party apps. Maybe I'm using a different app for tracking my time. Do I want integration with my time tracking app into my task? So as I'm working on a task, I can start and stop a timer to see how long I'm spending on each task. Applications is another one I went through. Some people like desktop applications. They want to have something that's not in the browser, a standalone app on their desktop. Or what does the mobile app experience look like? Are you using an iPad or an iPhone, Android tablets? What is that application experience as I move across my devices? I want to be able to quickly look up a task. Can I look up a task in my iPhone and complete it, update the status of it? Go review it. So what is that different experience as you move across your different devices from an app perspective? Ease of use is another one. We're going to look at, I picked 3 of them that we're going to look at, and part of it is they have different levels of ease of use. Am I an IT company where my users are maybe a little bit more tech savvy? So I'm okay with something that's a little bit more complicated, but hits some of my other features? Or do I need something that's really easy, it's really simple for my users to use? They don't have to think about it. I don't have to spend a ton of time training them. Or something right in the middle, where it has a little bit more complexity, but with that complexity, I gain some additional functionality or some additional power within it. And then finally, the one that support. Sorry, I almost skipped support. Support is a big one for me. I was using one of the task management apps on that list before and ran into an issue, and I opened a support ticket. And 2 weeks later, they got back to me. And I emailed them, and I had to wait another week to get another response. And after about a month or two of having mediocre, possibly even poor support, it's like, I like the functionality, I like the features, if I could get it to work. But their support was so slow in getting back to me that I abandoned that one and went and looked for something else. So sometimes it's worth it to pay a little bit more to have good support so that when you do have an issue, you don't have to spend days or weeks troubleshooting it yourself. You don't have to spend a bunch of time waiting for support to get back to you and get the answers to your question. To me, that's a big one. And then finally, cost. This one always seems to come down to it too, is what is the cost? How many users do I have? What is their licensing model? What is this going to cost me on top of maybe what I'm already paying for? So when I was going through, this kind of hit all of my requirements or things I started to consider as I was looking for that work management app to use within my company. So I said we're going to look at 3 of them. The 3 of them I chose to look at is Planner. Again, I'm a Microsoft 365 guy. I try to use their products as much as I can. It helps me from a consulting perspective. When I'm going and talking to clients that have Microsoft 365, I should probably be familiar with those products. Using them in my day-to-day work allows me to be about as familiar with them as I can. So that's going to be the first one. Jira, we'll go down and look at that one. I'll give you a sneak peek. Jira is the one I use today. After looking through all of these, I've actually settled on Jira in the work management suite within Jira. And then Asana, this one kind of falls in the middle, and I have this on a slide too, between Jira and Planner. It gives you some more functionality. Jira is probably the most technically complex of all of them. But there's a lot of really nice things that I like about the Jira work management. So let's start with Planner. I jotted down some of the things that I run into when I'm looking at Planner. Some of the features that I like about it, some of the things that are maybe missing, And some of the integrations are where you can find integrations if this is one that you want to consider. So features within Planner, this is the least feature rich of the three, and I struggle with it. It does have my tasks. I can go in and manage all of my different clients, all of their different tasks that I'm working on for a client, and then me as a user, I can go in and see all the tasks that I'm assigned to. But it only has my tasks. I work with some contractors. If I want to go in and see all of the open tasks across all of my projects, regardless of who's assigned to it, I can't do it. I have to go one plan at a time, look through all the tasks. So I struggle with just having my tasks. And that is one of the big ones that I struggle with Planner. It does have an API. If you do want to go build some integrations at AppSource, you can go find other third parties that have built some integrations into Planner. There are some third parties that do allow you to go set up all of your tasks. It just wasn't a great experience for me. They do have a few upcoming features. This was another one for me. You can go to the Microsoft 365 roadmap. The URL's up there. If you just go search for Microsoft 365 roadmap, you'll find it right away. You can go filter by Planner. I also struggle with this. They release very few features. If you go look at the roadmap, you maybe get 6 or 7 features a year that get added to Planner. Compared to some of these other ones where it feels like they're always adding new functionality and improving the functionality that's there. But it is simple. Planner is a very straightforward application to use when you're starting to manage your tasks, if the features are there that you need. A couple things that are missing is a desktop app. Planner is going to be browser only. They have an app for the iPhone. I don't know if they came out with one for the iPad or not yet. It used to be an iPhone, Android app, or it was the browser, even if you were doing it on an iPad or a tablet. If you're using some other third party, maybe you're using Slack with your company, even though you do have Microsoft 365, you want to do some integration with something like a Zapier, some of that's missing. Most of their integrations are going to be Microsoft 365. Planner does integrate with To-Do. Tasks will come over there. Has great integration with Teams, with Loop. A lot of the Microsoft 365 services. One thing I didn't put on here, I completely forgot to add it under missing, and this was another big one for me. I cannot take an email in Outlook and add it to Planner. I can add it to To-Do, which is great for me, but I do have contractors that work for me. Sometimes I get an email and I want them to work on it. A client emails me and says, can you take a look at this? No, I can't, but I can have Sean work on it. Let me go assign this to him. It's like a copy and paste, or maybe creating a workflow in Power Automate to get that integration in there. But there's no native integration in Planner to actually add it to, or add an Outlook email to Planner as a task. And then the other one that's missing that I should have added on here is integration with private teams and shared team, or private channels and shared channels in Teams. I do use those. Sometimes I want to have Planner associated with one of those or a Planner plan. I can't add it to a private channel in Teams right now. It's not there. I think I've gone and looked at the forums. I want to say about 1.5 years ago, Microsoft said they were working on it. We'll see. Hopefully it comes sooner or later. So looking at Planner, let's jump in and just take a quick look at Planner. If you haven't seen it, I can give you a quick demo, quick overview of what it looks like. So this is Planner. You do have a hub where you can see some of those Planner plans that I have. I can easily go in, create a new plan. There's some templates in there. I can start with a new blank plan and do some demo, add it to a group, set what the privacy is on it, and create this plan. It'll go through, give me a board where I can go add tasks. This will be task 1. We'll add it in there,
and go in and work on this task. I can set the status on it, priority. A lot of your task management functionality, they have added repeating tasks. This is one thing that wasn't there for a long time and has been added maybe in the last 6 months or so. Notes, checklists, add attachments. This one's great because you can upload them from your computer, add Teams files or SharePoint files to that task. It's starting to give me some suggested attachments based on some of the functionality. You're starting to see some of this show up more and more as Microsoft is adding more and more of the AI Copilot stuff to Microsoft 365. One thing I also am not a big fan of is if I would go create like a bucket of in progress, the buckets don't necessarily track to the status. I still have to go in and update the status in the task itself. I could switch how these are grouped, but now I can't create maybe an on hold because I'm locked into the progress that's in here. I can't create multiple steps if I have more than just not started, in progress, or completed within Planner. So this is some of that. It's simple. There's not a lot of customizability here, which makes it really easy. But if you want to go in and tweak a lot of stuff, have different statuses within your tasks, it makes it challenging to go in and make those tweaks to it. Assigned to me, this is going to show all of those tasks, like I said, that are assigned to me. I have that similar type of grouping where I can group them by due date, by priority, maybe by the plans. This doesn't work for me because I just get way too many plans in there. So that's some of what you get with Planner. Yeah, I'm going to keep moving. I could do an entire session on Planner or frankly on any of these. But I want to show you some of the other ones as well. So moving on to Jira. This was my choice. It does have multiple plans. You do potentially end up having to pay for it. The nice thing about Jira is it's free if you have a small team. I think the limit is 10 users for Jira. So as long as you're under 10, you don't have to pay for it. You can be on the free plan. Most of the functionality you need isn't free. I did end up paying for premium to get some additional functionality that I needed. But even their pricing to me is very reasonable, again, especially for a small team. I think I pay for 3 of us, maybe like $5 a user. I think I'm paying less than $30 a month. It has templates. You can go in and customize your own template. So if you have a template that you want for your project, you can go in and create different project templates. So you go in, create a new project for, or a new project for a new client, you can go and use it from a template. It has cross-project queries. And this is one of the big things. I mentioned earlier that Planner is missing that ability to go see all of my tasks. One of the nicest things about Jira is I can go in and start building out my own queries to show me all my unassigned tasks across certain project names, and build out a very rich set of filters and searches to search all of my tasks across all of my projects based on whatever criteria I want to. It gives me a lot of flexibility there. Automations for this one are actually a little bit more limited. If you want to set up any automation with any third-party product or any third-party service, the only option you have is an HTTP call. Building something with within Jira itself with some of those, the functionality is limited there. They do have a forms ability. If you want to build a certain form for people to be able to enter tasks, think a help desk type scenario. When you want to build a custom form, let people fill out the form, submit it, and have it go to Jira, you can do that. Jira's focus, and they will say it right on their website, is focused a little bit more on a dev's software development. Well, that's their focus. You absolutely don't need to do it for that. I don't do software development. Our company doesn't do much software development. But we use Jira and we love it for tracking tasks. This one absolutely has more buttons and levers. I still do get lost sometimes trying to find certain settings in Jira. I want to go through and maybe add custom fields to my tasks, or I want to even go in and build some automations within it just to work within the product itself. Sometimes trying to find it, you can get a little lost in their interface. One downside of this one, it is missing a desktop app. I still like a desktop app. My browser, I end up with 50 tabs open. If I have to go in the browser to look at what I'm working on, I can very easily get distracted with other stuff. I have created like the PWA, the progressive web apps using Edge. That can help. But I do wish they had just a dedicated desktop app. From the integrations perspective, they do have a lot of integrations, and this was another reason I chose this solution. From an Azure AD perspective, you do have to pay to get single sign-on, but unlike most of the other ones, it's a standalone subscription. So if I want to go get Azure AD, it's their Atlassian Access product, I don't have to upgrade to standard or premium or go buy the enterprise version of Jira. I can just go add Atlassian Access, and it gives me the single sign-on, the SAML authentication, so I can go add it into Azure AD. So I can use my Azure AD credentials to log into it. They have integration into Slack, into Google, into Zapier, a whole bunch more. They have their whole marketplace. I mentioned time tracking. If you're using something like Harvest for tracking your time, you can go connect Harvest up to Jira. So as you're working on a task, the button's right there. You can click start, stop, track your time as you're working on tasks. Their Power Automate integration is premium. One downside there is that means you have to have a premium Power Automate license to integrate that. I don't do a lot with Power Automate for my tasks. They have a great Teams integration too. For me, again, I track a lot of my tasks based on my clients. I store all of my clients. I create a team for every client I have. So if I want to go in and add all of my tasks, it doesn't matter if it's a public or a private team. I can just go in and add the Jira app to my team and get all my tasks in there. So diving over to that one. Jira, what it looks like is my Jira board. So I have a demo here. You can see I have all my client ones down. I have some recent ones. I have some starred ones, but it looks a lot like Planner from that board perspective. If I go in and create a task, much like Planner, it's just another demo task, and then I can click on it to go in and make a bunch of additional updates to it. I can assign it to me or others, set the priority. If you like tagging things, you can have labels in it and go in and start tagging your tasks in different ways. They have time tracking built in if you use it, but I've also gone in and added some of the additional apps to it. So you'll notice up here I have an Outlook tab. So I can go into my Outlook and it will look for related emails, as it goes through all the pop-ups to send a new email, tie into emails. You can sync these with To-Do. So my tasks, I can go actually set up a whole project in Jira. Say any task that gets assigned to me in Jira, go ahead and sync it to To-Do. So going back to the whole managing my tasks versus company tasks, I can still get all of my tasks into Microsoft To-Do. With the add-on SharePoint files, I can go add SharePoint and OneDrive files where I can go specify which file or which folder I want to add, and it's going to pop up a bunch of pop-ups here. I can go connect a folder and actually browse through my entire SharePoint environment to go pick which site, which folder I want to associate with this particular project. And I have a demo one here somewhere. I can pick a demo team. Maybe I want the documents from the demo team. Go ahead and connect that. and it'll let me browse through my entire SharePoint environment, take a document, attach this document to this particular task in Jira, and have that displayed right there. Outlook was the other one I mentioned where I like the ability to go in and add tasks to my task management from Outlook. So right within Outlook, I can go find, and I have a few different ones. Jira Cloud, I can just go create an issue right from within Outlook. This is that planner functionality that was missing. I can go select my demo, I want a task, summary and description. If I don't want to type it in, I can just paste the email contents, and it takes that email contents into the description. Didn't get my summary, demo, task, create that, and it'll take all of that email and put it right over here in Jira, where I can then go manage that task, have all of that email content right within my task. So it's that type of functionality and integration that, frankly, I wish Microsoft would add to Planner. If some of this could be accomplished with Planner, maybe I'd consider switching. The cross-query or cross-project querying is another one of those. I created a demo one here where I can go to this demo filter, and right up here it actually gives me the query. So this is looking for any issue type of subtask, task, subtask, status of in progress and to do, and I did a project of demo. I can very easily go in, and maybe I don't care about the demo project, I just want to search all of my open tasks, and you'll see how bad I am about closing tasks. And as I type, it gives me a nice, whoops, I need my and in there, and project, and it looks like it's text-based, but it'll prompt me for what are my available options here. I want a project equals, and it gives me a list of all of those different projects. I chose demo, search, and I can go easily search across all my different projects based on those statuses. If I want to save it to come back to it later, I can save it as maybe my demo 2 filter. And now that shows up right within my filters. Teams, very similar to this. I would say the one thing I don't necessarily like when it comes to the Teams integration is Teams does tend to rely on these filters using the Jira native integration. There is a third-party app that I have added to Jira that is, and this is where a bunch of the additional functionality came from as well, the SharePoint files, all of those. It is, let me find it here a minute because I can't remember the name of it. Hopefully it'll load. But it provides what I think is a better experience in Teams by being able to just select a project instead of having to go build a filter. It gives me a plugin in Outlook. And there it is. It's this Microsoft 365 for Jira. It allows me to integrate into all of those different services within Microsoft 365. I've been really impressed with this app. The other great thing is if you're under 10 users, most of these apps for Jira are also free. They tend to start charging for their apps at that same threshold that Jira itself does. So I'm not paying for any of these Harvest integrations, GitHub integrations, the Microsoft 365 integrations. It's a great place to start. I mean, their hope is that you're going to grow to more than 10 people, and then you're going to like it so much you have to start paying for it. But even then, for me, the functionality there is absolutely worth it. I would keep paying for it if I needed to. And then finally, let's go to Asana. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. There we go, Asana, or I can use the navigator, the handy little navigator down at the bottom. Asana is another great one. I'll be honest, I am sometimes on the fence about going between Asana and Jira. These are probably my two favorites of everything I've looked at. Much like Jira, they do have several levels. They have their basic, the business, the premium, the enterprise. You do get different functionality based on which one you pay for. Again, most of the time I could probably get by with a premium. The one thing I will say, they do have Azure AD integration, but they do what a lot of companies do that drives me absolutely nuts. It's one of my pet peeves. If you want Azure AD integration and single sign-on and SAML-based authentication, you have to buy the enterprise. It's like, I'm not an enterprise. I'm a small business. There's like 4 of us. Why can't I have Azure AD SAML authentication on any of your plans? It's actually benefiting them. They don't have to manage my username and password anymore. I'm taking care of all of it in Azure AD. But that's one downside with Asana, is if you want to use Azure AD, it is that enterprise level. They do integrate with Google. I think the Google integration for your ID falls in their free version. So if you're on Google, you want to use Asana, you're in a much better place from a sign-in perspective. Much like Jira, they do have templates as well. So you can go set up all of your different templates in Asana for your different projects, spin up a client project, use that template. They have workflow built in that does include third-party applications. So if you want to go into Asana, build out some workflows and some automations within Asana and tie in third parties, you can do that. And one of those types of integrations is something like if you update the status of a task in Asana. So I'm going to go from not started to an active task in Asana. I could build in a workflow so that when that status changes, maybe it goes and sends a notification to something like Slack. Or if a task gets changes status, it goes and creates notes somewhere. There's third-party actions that you can take right within the workflows included in Asana without maybe having to tie in something like a Zapier or Power Automate. So the workflow functionality in Asana is richer than what you get in Jira. Planner, you could argue it's not there, but yet you still do have Power Automate where you could do some integrations in that aspect. Asana also adds an extra layer on top of just projects. Within Asana, you can create teams, and under teams, you can create projects. So if you do want to have certain projects under different teams within your organization, maybe you have the IT team and the marketing team that have different projects, and you want to separate those out and categorize those a little bit more, you do have that ability, and then you can go in and actually set permissions at the team level rather than having to set your permissions at the individual project level. So some nice benefits there. I would say Asana probably tends to focus a little bit more on general users. When it comes to these general users, it's just a little bit cleaner interface. It's not quite as complex to navigate around in it. It's a good balance, I would say. One thing that this one's missing that Jira had is it is missing those task queries. I can't go in and just quickly build out queries in Asana to search for a bunch of tasks. Much like Planner, I can see those tasks that are assigned to me. I can see tasks within a plan, but I can't just go in like we saw in Jira and quickly look through all of my different tasks and build out different queries. It does integrate some. The Power Automate integration in this one is not premium, so you don't have to go buy a premium Power Platform license if you want to do Power Automate integration with Asana. It integrates into Slack, Google, Zapier. This one also has apps, so they have their own app category where you can go look for things like Harvest for time tracking and some of those other applications that you may want to use, you may want to extend this out. The other place to me that Asana falls down is Teams integration. I I think I'll probably have a little bit of time. If we have time, I can go show you the differences in some of the Teams integration. Asana doesn't give me a nice dashboard in Teams. I was kind of disappointed with that. I was expecting a little bit more out of their Teams integration. So what does Asana look like? Asana I have up here, and you can see it just kind of has like, it doesn't have is quite of a, I don't know that I want to call it an IT look and feel, but a little bit more friendly look and feel than something like Jira did. It looks a lot more like maybe a planner when you're looking at Asana. It much the same way as all the other ones. You can write your task name, so we can add a demo task here. It does let you do some assignments right within the task in terms of due dates. It doesn't have pop-ups. This one does more flyouts, and a lot like all the other ones, you can go in, start customizing all of your different information that you want about what the task is about, different dependencies, subtasks. For them, they have a lot of functionality up at the top. In terms of attaching files, you'll see this does let you attach files from OneDrive and SharePoint, as well as a bunch of the other services. You can copy a link directly to the task. It does have tagging, creating follow-up tasks. This one does have like a merge duplicate tasks. I do this quite a bit where I create two tasks, don't realize it, I want to bring them together. This does have a merge duplicate task functionality. This one also has something that I have not seen this in Jira. I know it's not in Planner, is if you're using this for maybe keeping track of leads, or maybe you have a task for a client and that task blows up and turns into a full-on project that you want to track separately, you can go in and actually convert a task to a project and take that task, put it within your team, create a new blank project, and it'll take that entire task and convert it to a brand new project within Asana that you can now go in and manage that, essentially manage that task as its own project. My task, this is another one I like about Asana. This was one that almost sold me on it, is Asana, when I go in and look at my tasks, I can create additional buckets for my tasks that don't affect the tasks and the projects themselves. So this is showing all of my assigned tasks. I could go in and say, this task I'm going to manage this week. And this is just my view and my buckets. If I go back and look at this task came from demo, it has no effect on task one whatsoever. Those buckets under my tasks are purely for my own organization and management of those tasks that are assigned to me. The homepage in Jira is also a nice overview. It gives me a look at different tasks I've assigned, different tasks that are maybe upcoming or overdue, the amount of tasks I've completed. Give me a little pat on the back for all the tasks I've completed. Gives me a list of all my projects. So just kind of that cleaner look and feel to those tasks and how you manage them. So I would say this is probably, like I said, my second favorite behind Jira in terms of giving me a bunch of functionality. It gives me a good level of customizability, a bunch of integrations, without maybe being quite as technically complex as something like a Jira is. I did mention, does anybody have any questions so far? You've all been really quiet. It's the end of the day. Everybody just wants to win a door prize and go get some dinner. Let me go find a demo team down here. So here's the Asana integration. If I was connected to Asana. Hello. Like, this is where I was disappointed. You can go add an Asana tab, but this is all it gives me. It's like, I can see a new task and I can see created tasks, but I don't get that ability to like go in and just say, show me all the tasks for this project that I have in Asana. So I can create tasks, but I don't get a good overview of that versus my Jira. And this is the third-party plugin. This is my favorite one for Jira, but Jira Cloud is their native one. It does give me the same thing. I just have to use filters instead. And hopefully this one will load. There it goes. Smart Connect. So now I can go search all my boards. I can go find my demo board. You do have that option to allow users without a Jira account to still see it. And if you want to rearrange how the statuses show in the board, I can go put in progress first, to do in the middle, done last, save this, and it gives me a very nice board view of all of those tasks where I can still drag and drop these tasks between those different statuses. I can create an issue. I have a nice handy link to go view it in Jira. So this integration with Jira for managing tasks, combined with all the other things, is one of the big reasons I went that route. Asana also has an Outlook integration. Asana and Jira are very similar when it comes to Outlook, adding emails. But that is a little look at both of those. Conclusion. This drives me nuts. Whoops, I clicked from start again. Bad habit. Conclusion. In a showdown, there's usually no global winner or one that works best. And I'm doing exactly what I hate when I go look for reviews of these, and I'm like, should I use Jira or Asana? And you read this big long article, and there's like, there's no winner, pick whatever one works best for you. But it really is true. Like, it's not, you have to go use Jira or Asana, or Planner's evil, don't go use Planner because nothing works in it. I know some companies, I know some very large enterprises that I work with that have figured out a way to use Planner and use it very effectively, and they love Planner. For some people, Planner works great. Other people, maybe they want to go down the Jira route, Asana. Other companies, maybe you do want to use an Evernote or a Notion or ClickUp or Teamwork. But I think it's important to really think through, what does your company need? What type of integrations do you need? How do you want it to function? How are your end users going to handle it? Are they going to hate you forever because you picked one and it's overly complex? Really go through and think through and figure out one that works best for you and stick with it. Really work through it. Figure out how you want it to work. I have a problem, and I have told some of the contractors that with me are to tell me to stop doing it. I have what I call tech ADD, and I'm like, ooh, I like this, let's go switch to that. Instead of really working to make one work for me, I always want to go try the next shiny new thing. So really evaluate them, give them a good shot. Most of these have trial or have some free version that you can use. With that, I just asked, but does anybody have any questions, thoughts? Does anybody use one of these other ones besides Planner? And it's like, you did a horrible job reviewing that. All right. With that, yes, final send-off door prize drawing in 5 minutes. Go interrupt all the other sessions in 5 minutes and tell them we finished on time and you want your door prizes. So they better get over here and finish on time. But yes, thank you again. Feel free to contact me if you do have any questions, you want to talk more. Appreciate it all. Appreciate all of you being here today and joining the various sessions. I can go back to the slide if you want contact information, but don't forget to provide feedback either. Organizers, speakers, we appreciate it. So, thank you all.